A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, Shantideva. Chapter 1. The Benefit of the Awakening Mind. Respectfully, I prostrate myself to the Sugatas, who are endowed with the Dharmakaya, as well as to their noble sons, and to all who are worthy of veneration. Here I shall explain how to engage in the vows of the Buddha's sons, the meaning of which I have condensed in accordance with the scriptures. There is nothing here that has not been explained before, and I have no skill in the art of rhetoric. Therefore, lacking any intention to benefit others, I write this in order to acquaint it to my mind. For due to acquaintance with what is wholesome, the force of my faith may for a short while increase because of these words. If, however, these words are seen by others equal in fortune to myself, it may be meaningful for them. Leisure and endowment are very hard to find, and since they accomplish what is meaningful for man, if I do not take advantage of them now, how will such a perfect opportunity come about again? Just as a flash of lightning on a dark, cloudy night, for an instant brightly illuminates all. Likewise, in this world, through the might of Buddha, a wholesome thought rarely and briefly appears. Hence, virtue is perpetually feeble, the great strength of evil being extremely intense. And except for a fully awakening mind, by what other virtue will it be overcome? All the Buddhas who have contemplated for many eons have seen it to be beneficial, for by it the limitless masses of beings will quickly attain the supreme state of bliss. Those who wish to destroy the many sorrows of their conditioned existence, those who wish all beings to experience a multitude of joys, and those who wish to experience much happiness should never forsake the awakening mind. The moment an awakening mind arises in those fettered and weak in the jail of cyclic existence, they will be named a son of the Sugatas, and will be revered by both men and gods of the world. It is like the supreme gold-making elixir, for it transforms the unclean body we have taken into the priceless jewel of a Buddha form. Therefore, firmly seize this awakening mind. Since the limitless mind of the sole guide of the world has, upon thorough investigation, seen its preciousness, all beings wishing to be free from worldly abodes should firmly take hold of this precious awakening mind. All other virtues are like the plantain tree, for after bearing fruit, they simply perish. But the perennial tree of the awakening mind unceasingly bears fruit and thereby flourishes without end. Like entrusting myself to a brave man when greatly afraid, by entrusting myself to this awakening mind, I shall be swiftly liberated, even if I have committed extremely unbearable evils. Why then do the conscientious not devote themselves to this? Just like the fire at the end of an age, it instantly consumes all great evil. Its unfathomable advantages were taught to the disciple Sudana by the wise Lord Maitreya. In brief, the awakening mind should be understood to be of two types: the mind that aspires to awaken, and the mind that ventures to do so. As is understood by the distinction between aspiring to go and actually going, so the wise understand in turn the distinction between these two. Although great fruits occur in cyclic existence, from the mind that aspires to awaken, an uninterrupted flow of merit does not ensue as it does with the venturing mind. And for him who has perfectly seized this mind, with the thought never to turn away from totally liberating the infinite forms of life. From that time hence, even while asleep or unconcerned, a force of merit equal to the sky will perpetually ensue. For the sake of those inclined toward the lesser vehicle, this was logically asserted by the Tathagata himself in the sutra requested by Subaru. If even the thought to relieve living creatures of merely a headache is a beneficial intention endowed with infinite goodness, then what need is there to mention the wish to dispel their inconceivable misery, wishing every single one of them to realize boundless good qualities? Do even fathers and mothers have such a benevolent intention as this? Do the gods and sages? Does even Brahma have it? If those beings have never before even dreamt of such an attitude for their own sake, how would it ever arise for the sake of others? This intention to benefit all beings, which does not arise in others, even for their own sake, is an extraordinary jewel of the mind, and its birth is an unprecedented wonder. How can I fathom the depths of the goodness of this jewel of the mind, the panacea that relieves the world of pain and is the source of all its joy? If merely a benevolent intention excels venerating the Buddhas, then what need to mention striving to make all beings, without exception, happy? Although wishing to be rid of misery, they run toward misery itself. Although wishing to have happiness, like an enemy, they ignorantly destroy it. For those who are deprived of happiness and burdened with many sorrows, it satisfies them with all joys, dispels all suffering, and clears away confusion. Where is there a comparable virtue? Where is there even such a friend? Where is there merit similar to this? If whoever repays a kind deed is worthy of some praise, then what need to mention the bodhisattva who does good without its being asked of him? The world honors as virtuous a man who sometimes gives a little plain food disrespectfully to a few beings that satisfies them for only half a day. What need be said then of one who eternally bestows the peerless bliss of the Sugatas upon limitless numbers of beings, thereby fulfilling all their hopes? The Buddha has said that whoever bears an evil thought against a benefactor such as that bodhisattva will remain in hell for as long as many eons as there were evil thoughts. But if a virtuous attitude should arise in that regard, its fruit will multiply far more than that. When bodhisattvas greatly suffer, they generate no negativity. Instead, their virtues naturally increase. I bow down to the body of him in whom the sacred precious mind is born. I seek refuge in that source of joy, who brings to happiness even those who harm him. Chapter 2, Disclosure of Evil. In order to seize that precious mind, I offer now to the Tathagatas, to the sacred Dharma, the stainless jewel, and to the sons of Buddha, the oceans of excellence, whatever flowers and fruits there are, and whatever kinds of medicine whatever jewels exist in this world, and whatever clean, refreshing waters. Likewise, gem-encrusted mountains, forest groves, quiet and joyful places, heavenly trees bedecked with flowers, and trees with fruit-laden branches. Fragrances of the celestial realms, incense, wishing trees and jewel trees, uncultivated harvests, and all ornaments that are worthy to be offered. Lakes and pools adorned with lotuses, and the beautiful cry of wild geese, everything unowned within the limitless spheres of space. Creating these things in my mind, I offer them to the Supreme Beings, the Buddhas, as well as their sons. O compassionate ones, think kindly of me, and accept these offerings of mine. Having no merit, I am destitute, and I have no other gifts to offer. O protectors, you who think of helping others, by your power, accept these for my sake. Eternally shall I offer all my bodies to the conquerors and their sons. Please accept me, you supreme heroes. Respectfully shall I be your subject. Through being completely under your care, I shall benefit all with no fears of conditioned existence. I shall perfectly transcend my previous evils, and in the future I shall commit no more. To the very sweetly scented bathing chambers with brilliantly sparkling crystal floors and exquisite pillars ablaze with gems, having canopies above aglow with pearls, I beseech the Tathagatas and their sons to come and bathe their bodies from many jeweled vases filled with flowers scented and enticing to the accompaniment of music and song. Let me dry their bodies with incomparable cloths, clean and well anointed with scent. And then may I present these holy beings with fragrant garments of suitable colors. I adorn with manifold ornaments and various raiments fine and smooth the Aryas, Samantabhadra, and Manjughosha, Avalokiteshvara, and all the others. Just like polishing pure, refined gold, do I anoint the Buddha's forms that blaze with light, with the choicest perfumes whose fragrance permeates 1,000,000,000 worlds. And to the highest objects of giving, I offer beautiful, well-arranged garlands, as well as enchanting, sweet-smelling flowers, such as lily, jasmine, and lotus blooms. Also I send forth clouds of incense, whose sweet aroma steals away the mind, as well as celestial delicacies, including a variety of foods and drinks. I offer them jeweled lamps arranged on golden lotus buds. Upon land sprinkled with scented water do I scatter delicate flower petals. To those who have the nature of compassion, I offer palaces resounding with melodious hymns, exquisitely illuminated by hanging pearls and gems that adorn the infinities of space. Eternally shall I offer to all the Buddhas jeweled umbrellas with golden handles and exquisite ornaments embellishing the rims, standing erect, their shapes beautiful to behold. And in addition, may a mass of offerings, resounding with sweet and pleasing music, like clouds that appease the misery of all, each remain for as long as necessary. And may a continuous rain of flowers and precious gems descend upon the reliquaries and statues, and upon all the jewels of the Dharma. In the same way as Manjugosa and others have made offerings to the conquerors, similarly do I bestow gifts upon the Tathagatas, the protectors, their sons, and all. I glorify the oceans of excellence with limitless verses of harmonious praise. May these clouds of gentle eulogy constantly ascend to their presence. With bodies as numerous as all the atoms within the universe, I prostrate to all the Buddhas of the three times, the Dharma, and the Supreme Community. Likewise, I prostrate to all reliquaries, to the basis of an awakening mind, to all learned abbots and masters, and to all the noble practitioners. I seek refuge in all Buddhas until I possess the essence of awakening. Likewise, I seek refuge in Dharma and in the assembly of bodhisattvas. With folded hands I beseech the Buddhas and bodhisattvas who possess the great compassion and reside in all directions through beginningless cyclic existence in this life and in others. Unknowingly I committed evil deeds and ordered them to be done by others. Overwhelmed by the deceptions of ignorance, I rejoiced in what was done, and now, seeing these mistakes from my heart, I declare them to the Buddhas. Whatever harmful acts of body, speech, and mind I have done in disturbed mental state towards the three jewels of refuge, my parents, my spiritual masters, and others, and all the grave wrongs done by me, so thoroughly evil and polluted, but an abundance of faults, I openly declare to the guides of the world. But I may well perish before all my evils have been purified. So please protect me in such a way as will swiftly and surely free me from them. The untrustworthy Lord of Death waits not for things to be done or undone. Whether I am sick or healthy, this fleeting lifespan is unstable. Leaving all, I must depart alone. But through not having understood this, I committed various kinds of evil for the sake of my friends and foes. My foes will become nothing, my friends will become nothing, I too will become nothing. Likewise, all will become nothing. Just like a dream experience, whatever things I enjoy will become a memory. Whatever has passed will not be seen again. Even within this brief life, many friends and foes have passed. But whatever unbearable evil I committed for them remains ahead of me. Thereby, through not having realized that I shall suddenly vanish, I committed so much evil out of ignorance, lust, and hate, remaining neither day nor night. Life is always slipping by and never getting any longer. Why will death not come to one like me? While I am lying in bed, although surrounded by my friends and relatives, the feeling of life being severed will be experienced by me alone. When seized by the messengers of death, what benefit will friends and relatives afford? My merit alone shall protect me then, but upon that I have never relied. O protectors, I, so unconcerned, unaware of such terror as this, accumulated a great deal of evil for the sake of this transient life. Petrified is the person today, being led to a torture chamber, with dry mouth and dreadful sunken eyes. His entire appearance is transfigured. What need to mention the tremendous despair when stricken with the disease of great panic, being clasped by the physical forms of the frightful messengers of death. Who can afford me real protection from this great horror? With terrified, bulging eyes agape, I shall search the four quarters for refuge. But seeing no refuge there, I shall become enveloped in gloom. If there should be no protection there, then what shall I be able to do? Therefore, I now seek refuge in the Buddhas who protect the world, who strive to shelter all that lives, and with great strength eradicate all fear. Likewise, I purely seek refuge in the Dharma they have realized, that clears away the fears of cyclic existence, and also in the assembly of bodhisattvas. I, trembling with fear, offer myself to Samantrabhadra, to Manjughosha also, and make a gift of my body. To the protector Avalokitesvara, who unfailingly acts with compassion, I utter a mournful cry, please protect this evil doer. In my search for refuge, I cry from my heart for Akashagarbha, Kittisgarbha, and all the compassionate protectors. I seek refuge in Vajrapani, upon the sight of whom all harmful beings, such as the messengers of death, flee in terror to the four quarters. Previously I transgressed your advice, but now, upon seeing this great fear, I go to you for refuge. By doing so, may this fear be swiftly cleared away. If I need to comply with the doctor's advice when frightened by a common illness, then how much more so when perpetually diseased by the manifold evils of desire and so forth. And if all people dwelling on this earth can be overcome by just one of these, and if no other medicine to cure them is to be found elsewhere in the universe, then the intention not to act in accordance with the advice of the all-knowing physicians that can uproot every misery is extremely bewildered and worthy of scorn. If I need to be careful near a small, ordinary precipice, then how much more so near the one of long duration that drops for 1,000 miles. It is inappropriate to enjoy myself, thinking that today alone I shall not die, for inevitably the time will come when I shall become nothing. Who can grant me fearlessness? How can I be surely freed from this? If I shall inevitably become nothing, how can I relax and enjoy myself? What remains with me now from the terminated experiences of the past? But through my great attachment to them, I have been going against my spiritual master's advice. Having departed from this life and from all my friends and relatives, if alone I must go elsewhere, what is the use of making friends and enemies? How can I be surely freed from unwholesomeness, the source of misery? Continually, night and day, should I only consider this. Whatever has been done by me through ignorance and unknowing, be it the breaking of a vow or a deed by nature wrong, I humbly confess it all in the presence of the protectors, with folded hands, prostrating myself again and again, my mind terrified by the misery to come. I beseech all the guides of the world to please accept my evils and wrongs, since these are not good. In future, I shall do them no more. Full acceptance of the awakening mind. Gladly do I rejoice in the virtue that relieves the misery of all those in unfortunate states, and that places those with suffering in happiness. I rejoice in that gathering of virtue that is the cause for the Arhat's awakening. I rejoice in the definite freedom of embodied creatures from the miseries of cyclic existence. I rejoice in the awakening of the Buddhas and also in the spiritual levels of their sons. And with gladness, I rejoice in the ocean of virtue from developing an awakening mind that wishes all beings to be happy, as well as in the deeds that bring them benefit. With folded hands, I beseech the Buddhas of all directions to shine the lamp of Dharma for all bewildered in misery's gloom. With folded hands, I beseech the conquerors who wish to pass away to please remain for countless eons and not to leave the world in darkness. Thus, by the virtue collected through all that I have done, may the pain of every living creature be completely cleared away. May I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world, until everyone is healed. May a rain of food and drink descend to clear away the pain of thirst and hunger, and during the aeon of famine, may I myself change into food and drink. May I become an inexhaustible treasure for those who are poor and destitute. May I turn into all things they could need, and may these be placed close beside them. Without any sense of loss, I shall give up my body and enjoyments, as well as all my virtues of the 3 times, for the sake of benefiting all. By giving up all, sorrow is transcended, and my mind will realize the sorrowless state. It is best that I now give everything to all beings, in the same way as I shall at death. Having given this body up for the pleasure of all living beings, by killing, abusing, and beating it, may they always do as they please. Although they may play with my body and make it a source of jest and blame, because I have given it up to them, what is the use of holding it dear? Therefore, I shall let them do anything to it that does not cause them any harm. And when anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for him. If in those who encounter me a faithful or an angry thought arises, may that eternally become the source for fulfilling all their wishes. May all who say bad things to me or cause me any other harm, and those who mock and insult me, have the fortune to fully awaken. May I be a protector for those without one, a guide for all travelers on the way. May I be a bridge, a boat, and a ship for all who wish to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek one, and a lamp for those desiring light. May I be a bed for all who wish to rest, and a slave for all who want a slave. May I be a wishing jewel, a magic vase, powerful mantras, and great medicine. May I become a wish-fulfilling tree and a cow of plenty for the world. Just like space and the great elements such as earth, may I always support the life of all the boundless creatures. And until they pass away from pain, may I also be the source of life for all the realms of varied beings that reach unto the ends of space. Just as the previous Suttagatas gave birth to an awakening mind, and just as they successively dwelt in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise, for the sake of all that lives, do I give birth to an awakening mind, and likewise shall I too successfully follow the practices. In order to further increase it from now on, those with discernment who have lucidly seized an awakening mind in this way should highly praise it in the following manner. Today my life has borne fruit. Having well obtained this human existence, I've been born in the family of Buddha, and now am one of the Buddha's sons. Thus, whatever actions I do from now on must be in accord with the family. Never shall I disgrace or pollute. Chapter 4. Conscientiousness. Having firmly seized the awakening mind in this way, a conqueror's son must never waver. Always should he exert himself to never stray from his practice. In the case of reckless actions or of deeds not well considered, although a promise may have been made, it is fit to reconsider whether I should do them or not. But how can I ever withdraw from what has been examined by the great wisdom of the Buddhas and their sons, and even many times by me myself? If, having made such a promise, I do not put it into action, then by deceiving every living being, what kind of rebirth shall I take? If it has been taught by the Buddha that he who does not give away the smallest thing he once intended to give will take rebirth as a hungry ghost, then, if I should deceive all beings after having sincerely invited them to the unsurpassable bliss, shall I take a happy rebirth? Only the omniscient can discern the manner of the action of those who give up the awakening mind but are freed. It is beyond the scope of ordinary thought. This, for a bodhisattva, is the heaviest of downfalls. For should it ever happen, the welfare of all will be weakened, and should others, even for a single moment, hinder or obstruct his wholesome deeds by weakening the welfare of all, there will be no end to their rebirth in lower states. For if my being is impaired by destroying the joy of even one creature, then what need is there to mention destroying the joy of creatures vast as space? Thus those who have the force of an awakening mind, as well as the force of falling from it, stay revolving within cyclic existence, and for a long time are hindered in reaching the bodhisattva levels. Therefore, just as I have promised, shall I respectfully accord my actions. If from now on I make no effort, I shall descend from lower to lower states. Although for the benefit of every creature, countless Buddhas have passed by, yet I was not an object of their care because of my own mistakes. And if I continue to act like this, again and again shall I undergo suffering in unhappy realms, sickness, bondage, laceration, and the shedding of blood. If the arising of a Tathagata, faith, the attainment of a human body, and my being fit to cultivate virtue are scarce, when will they be won again? Although today I'm healthy, well-nourished, and unafflicted, life is momentary and deceptive. The body is like an object on loan for but a minute. And with behavior such as this, I shall not win a human body again. If this human form is not attained, there will be solely evil and no virtue. If when I have the chance to live a wholesome life, my actions are not wholesome, then what shall I be able to do when confused by the misery of the lower realms? And if I commit no wholesome deeds there, but readily amass much evil, then for 100 million eons I shall not even hear the words, a happy life. For these very reasons, the Buddha has said that like for a turtle to insert its neck into a yoke adrift upon the vast ocean, it is extremely hard to attain the human state. If even by the evil of one instant an eon may be spent in the deepest hell, then because of the evil I have gathered since beginningless time, what need to mention my not going to a happy realm? But having experienced merely that rebirth in hell, I shall still not be liberated, for while it is being experienced, other evil will be extensively produced. So if, when having found leisure such as this, I do not attune myself to what is wholesome, there could be no greater deception, and there could be no greater folly. And if, having understood this, I still foolishly continue to be slothful, when the hour of death arrives, tremendous grief will rear its head. Then, if my body blazes for a long time in the unbearable flames of hell, inevitably my mind will be tormented by the fires of unendurable remorse. Having found by some coincidence this beneficial state that is so hard to find, if now, while able to discriminate, I once again am led into the hells, then as though I were hypnotized by a spell, I shall reduce this mind to nothing. Even I do not know what is causing me confusion. What is there dwelling inside me? Although enemies such as hatred and craving have neither arms nor legs, and are neither courageous nor wise, how have I been used like a slave by them? For while they dwell within my mind, at their pleasure they cause me harm. Yet I patiently endure them without any anger. But this is an inappropriate and shameful time for patience. Should even all the gods and anti-gods rise up against me as my enemies, they could not lead me nor place me in the roaring fires of deepest hell. But the mighty foe, these disturbing conceptions, in a moment can cast me amidst those flames, which when met will cause not even the ashes of the king of mountains to remain. All other enemies are incapable of remaining for such a length of time as can my disturbing conceptions. The long-time enemy with neither beginning nor end. If I agreeably honor and entrust myself to others, they will bring me benefit and happiness. But if I entrust myself to these disturbing conceptions, in future they will bring only misery and harm. While in cyclic existence, how can I be joyful and unafraid? If in my heart I readily prepare a place for this incessant enemy of long duration, the sole cause for the increase of all that harms me. And how shall I ever have happiness if in a net of attachment within my mind there dwell the guardians of the prison of cyclic existence? There, disturbing conceptions that become my butchers and tormentors in hell. Therefore, as long as this enemy is not slain with certainty before my very eyes, I shall never give up exerting myself towards that end. Having become angry at someone who caused only slight and short-lived harm, self-important people will not sleep until their enemy is overcome. And if while engaged in a violent battle, vigorously desiring to conquer those whose disturbing conceptions will naturally bring them suffering at death, men disregard the pain of being pierced by spears and arrows, and will not withdraw until the day is won. Then what need to mention that I should not be faint-hearted and slothful, even if I am caused many hundreds of sufferings, when now I strive to definitely overcome my natural enemies, these disturbing conceptions, which are the constant source of my misery. If even scars inflicted by the meaningless enemies are worn upon the body like ornaments, then why is suffering a cause of harm to me, who impeccably strives to fulfill the great purpose? If fishermen, hunters, and farmers, thinking merely of their own livelihood, endure the sufferings of heat and cold, why am I not patient for the sake of the world's joy? When I promised to liberate all those beings dwelling in the 10 directions as far as the ends of space from their disturbing conceptions, I myself was not yet freed from mine. Thus unaware of even my own capacity, was it not somewhat crazy to have spoken like that? But as this is so, I must never withdraw from vanquishing my disturbing conceptions. And to do this will be my sole obsession. Holding a strong grudge, I shall meet them in battle. But disturbing conceptions such as these destroy disturbing conceptions, and for the time being are not to be abandoned. It would be better for me to be burned, to have my head cut off and to be killed, rather than ever bowing down to those ever-present disturbing conceptions. Common enemies, when expelled from one country, simply retire and settle down in another. Though when their strength is recovered, they then return. By the way of this enemy, my own disturbing conceptions is not similar in this respect. Deluded, disturbing conceptions, when forsaken by the eye of wisdom and dispelled from my mind, where will you go? Where will you dwell in order to be able to injure me again? But, weak-minded, I have been reduced to making no effort. If these disturbing conceptions do not exist within the objects, the sense organs, between the two nor elsewhere, then where do they exist? And how do they harm the world? They are like an illusion. Thus I should dispel the fear within my heart and strive resolutely for wisdom. For no real reason, why should I suffer so much in hell? Therefore, having thought about this well, I should try to put these precepts into practice just as they have been explained. If the doctor's instructions are ignored, how will a patient in need of cure be healed by his medicines. Chapter 5. Guarding Alertness. Those who wish to guard their practice should very attentively guard their minds, for those who do not guard their minds will be unable to guard their practice. In this world, unsubdued and crazed elephants are incapable of causing such harms as the miseries of the deepest hell, which can be caused by the unleashed elephant of my mind. But if the elephant of my mind is firmly bound on all sides by the rope of mindfulness, all fears will cease to exist, and all virtues will come into my hand. Tigers, lions, elephants, bears, snakes, and all forms of enemies, the guardians of the hell worlds, evil spirits, and cannibals will all be bound by binding my mind alone, and will all be subdued by subduing my mind alone. The perfect teacher himself has shown that in this way all fears, as well as all boundless miseries, originate from the mind. Who intentionally created all the weapons for those in hell? Who created the burning iron ground? From where did all the women in hell ensue? The Mighty One has said that all such things are the workings of an evil mind. Hence, within the three world spheres, there is nothing to fear other than my mind. If the perfection of generosity were the alleviation of the world's poverty, then since beings are still starving now, in what manner did the previous Buddhas perfect it? The perfection of generosity is said to be the thought to give all beings everything, together with the fruit of such a thought. Hence it is simply a state of mind. Nowhere has the killing of fish and other creatures been eradicated, for the attainment of merely the thought to forsake such things is explained as the perfection of moral discipline. Unruly beings are as unlimited as space. They cannot possibly all be overcome. But if I overcome thoughts of anger alone, this will be equivalent to vanquishing all foes. Where would I possibly find enough leather with which to cover the surface of the earth? But wearing leather just on the soles of my shoes is equivalent to covering the earth with it. Likewise, it is not possible for me to restrain the external course of things. But should I restrain this mind of mine, what would be the need to restrain all else? Although the development of merely a clear state of concentration can result in taking birth in Brahma's realm, physical and vocal actions cannot so result when accompanied by weak mental conduct. The knower of reality has said that even if recitation and physical hardships are practiced for long periods of time, they will be meaningless if the mind is distracted elsewhere. Even those who wish to find happiness and overcome misery will wander with no aim nor meaning if they do not comprehend the secret of the mind, the paramount significance of Dharma. This being so, I shall hold and guard my mind well. Without the discipline of guarding the mind, what use are many other disciplines? Just as I would be attentive and careful of a wound when amidst a bustling, uncontrolled crowd, so I should always guard the wound of my mind when dwelling among harmful people. And if I am careful of a wound, through fear of it being slightly hurt, then why do I not guard the wound of my mind through fear of being crushed by the mountains of hell? Should I behave in such a way as this, then whether among harmful people or even in the midst of women, the steady effort to control myself will not decline. It is better to be without wealth, honor, body, and livelihood, and it is better to let other virtues deteriorate, rather than ever to let the virtues of the mind decline. O you who wish to guard your mind, I beseech you with folded hands, always exert yourselves to guard mindfulness and alertness. People who are disturbed by sickness have no strength to do anything useful. Likewise, those whose minds are disturbed by confusion have no strength to do anything wholesome. Whatever has been learnt, contemplated, and meditated upon by those whose minds lack alertness, just like water in a leaking vase, will not be retained in their memory. Even those who have much learning, faith, and willing perseverance will become defiled by a moral fault due to the mistake of lacking alertness. The thieves of unalertness, in following upon the decline of mindfulness, will steal even the merits I have firmly gathered, so that I shall then proceed to lower realms. This host of thieves, who are my own disturbing conceptions, will search for a good opportunity. Having found it, they will steal my virtue and destroy the attainment of life in a happy realm. Therefore, I shall never let mindfulness depart from the doorway of my mind. If it goes, I should recall the misery of the lower realms and firmly re-establish it there. Through staying in the company of spiritual masters, through the instructions of abbots, and through fear, mindfulness will easily be generated in fortunate people who practice with respect. I am ever dwelling in the presence of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who are always endowed with unobstructed vision. By thinking in this way, I shall mindfully develop a sense of shame, respect, and fear. Also, through doing this, recollection of the Buddha will repeatedly occur. When mindfulness is set with the purpose of guarding the doorway of the mind, then alertness will come about, and even that which had gone will return. When, just as I am about to act, I see that my mind is tainted with defilement, at such a time I should remain unmovable like a piece of wood. Never should I look around distractedly for no purpose. With a resolute mind, I should always keep my eyes cast downwards. But in order to relax the gaze for a short while, I should look around, and if someone appears in my field of vision, I should look at him and say, "Welcome." To check if there is any danger on the path, I should look again and again in the four directions. To rest, I should turn my head around and then look behind me. Having examined both ahead and behind, I should proceed to either come or go, being aware of the necessity for such mindful alertness. I should behave like this in all situations. Once, having prepared for an action with the thought, my body will remain in such a way, then periodically I should look to see how the body is being maintained. With the utmost effort I should check to see that the crazed elephant of my mind is not wandering off, but is bound to the great pillar of thinking about Dharma. Those who strive by all means for concentration should not wander off even a moment by thinking, how is my mind behaving? They should closely analyze their mind. But if I am unable to do this, when afraid or involved in celebrations, then I should relax. Likewise, it has been taught that at times of giving, one may be indifferent to certain aspects of moral discipline. I should undertake whatever deed I have intended to do, and think of doing nothing other than it. With my mind applied to that task, I should set about for the time being to accomplish it. By acting in this way, all will be done well. But by acting otherwise, neither action will be done. Likewise, there will be no increase in the proximate, disturbing conceptions that come from a lack of alertness. If I happen to be present while a senseless conversation is taking place, or if I happen to see some kind of spectacular show, I should abandon attachment towards it. If, for no reason, I start digging the earth, picking at the grass, or drawing patterns on the ground, then, by recalling the advice of the Buddhas, I should immediately stop out of fear. Whenever I have the desire to move my body or to say something, first of all, I should examine my mind, and then, with steadiness, act in the proper way. Whenever there is attachment in my mind, and whenever there is the desire to be angry, I should not do anything, nor say anything, but remain like a piece of wood. Whenever I have distracted thoughts, the wish to verbally belittle others, feelings of self-importance or self-satisfaction, when I have the intention to describe the faults of others, pretension, and the thought to deceive others, whenever I am eager for praise or have the desire to blame others, whenever I have the wish to speak harshly and cause dispute, at all such times I should remain like a piece of wood. Whenever I desire material gain, honor, or fame, whenever I seek attendance or a circle of friends, and when in my mind I wish to be served, at all these times I should remain like a piece of wood. Whenever I have the wish to decrease or stop working for others, and the desire to pursue my welfare alone, if, motivated by such thoughts, a wish to say something occurs, at these times I should remain like a piece of wood. Whenever I have impatience, laziness, cowardice, shamelessness, or the desire to talk nonsense, if thoughts of partiality arise, at these times too, I should remain like a piece of wood. Having in this way examined his mind for disturbing conceptions, and for thoughts that strive for meaningless things, the courageous bodhisattva should hold his mind steady through the application of remedial forces. Being very resolute and faithful, steady, respectful, polite, with a sense of shame, apprehensive, and peaceful, I should strive to make others happy. I should not be disheartened by all the whims of the childish, who are in discord with one another. I should know these whims to arise in their minds due to disturbing conceptions, and therefore be kind. In doing that which by nature is not unwholesome, both for the sake of myself and other beings, I should always hold my mind fast, acting like an apparition with no sense of self. By thinking again and again that after a long time I have won the greatest leisure, likewise I should hold my mind as utterly unshakable as the king of mountains. If, mind, you are not made unhappy when this body is dragged and tossed about by vultures greedy for flesh, then why are you so concerned about it now? Holding this body as mine, why, mind, do you guard it so? Since you and it are separate, what use can it be to you? Why, confused mind, do you not hold onto a clean wooden form? Just what is the point of guarding this putrid, dirt-filled machine? First of all, mentally separate the layers of skin from the flesh, and then, with the scalpel of discrimination, separate the flesh from the skeletal frame. And having split open even the bones, look right down into the marrow. While examining this, ask yourself, where is its essence? If, even when searching with such effort, you can apprehend no essence, then why, with so much attachment, are you still guarding this body now? What use is this body to you if its dirty insides are unfit for you to eat, and if its blood is not fit to drink, and if its intestines are not fit to be sucked? At second best, it is only fit to be guarded. In order to feed the vultures and jackals, truly, this body of a human being should only be employed in the practice of virtue. But should you instead guard it with attachment, then what will you be able to do when it is stolen by the unsympathetic Lord of Death and given to the dogs and birds? If servants are not given clothing and so forth when they are unable to be employed, then why do you exhaust yourself looking after the flesh alone, when even though caring for the body, it goes elsewhere? Now, having paid my body its wages, I shall engage it in making my life meaningful. But if my body is of no benefit, then I shall not give it anything. I should conceive of my body as a boat, a mere support for coming and going, and in order to benefit all others, transform it into a wish-fulfilling body. Now, while there is freedom to act, I should always present a smiling face, and cease to frown and look angry. I should be a friend and counsel of the world. I should desist from inconsiderately and noisily moving around chairs and so forth, as well as from violently opening doors. I should always delight in humility. The stork, the cat, and the thief, by moving silently and carefully, accomplish what they desire to do. A bodhisattva, too, should always behave in this way. With respect, I should gratefully accept unsought-after words that are of benefit, and that wisely advise and admonish me. At all times, I should be the pupil of everyone. I should say, "Well said," to those who speak Dharma well. And if I see someone doing good, I should praise him and be well pleased. I should discreetly talk about the good qualities of others and repeat those that others recount. If my own good qualities are spoken about, I should just know and be aware that I have them. All deeds of others are the source of a joy that would be rare even if it could be bought with money. Therefore, I should be happy in finding this joy in the good things that are done by others. Through doing this, I shall suffer no losses in this life, and in future lives shall find great happiness. But the fault of disliking their good qualities will make me unhappy and miserable, and in future lives I shall find great suffering. When talking, I should speak from my heart on what is relevant, making the meaning clear and the speech pleasing. I should not speak out of desire or hatred, but in gentle tones and in moderation. When beholding someone with my eyes, thinking, "I shall fully awaken through depending upon this being," I should look at him with an open heart and love. Always being motivated by great aspiration or being motivated by the remedial forces, if I work in the fields of excellence, benefit, and misery, great virtues will come about. Endowed with wisdom and joy, I should undertake all that I do. I need not depend on anyone else in any actions that I undertake. The perfections such as generosity are progressively more exalted. But for a little morality, I should not forsake a great gift. Principally, I should consider what will be of the most benefit for others. When this is well understood, I should always strive for the welfare of others. The far-seeing, merciful ones have allowed a bodhisattva to do some actions that for others were forbidden. I should divide my food amongst those who have fallen to lower realms, those without protection and practitioners, and eat merely what is sufficient for myself. Except for the 3 robes, I may give away all. This body, which is being used for the sacred Dharma, should not be harmed for only slight benefit. By my behaving in this way, the wishes of all beings will be quickly fulfilled. Those who lack the pure intention of compassion should not give their body away. Instead, both in this and future lives, they should give it to the cause of fulfilling the great purpose. The Dharma should not be explained to those who lack respect, to those who, like sick men, wear a cloth around their heads, to those holding umbrellas, sticks, or weapons, to those with covered heads, nor to a woman unaccompanied by a man. The vast and profound should not be taught to lesser beings, although I should always pay equal respect to the dharmas of the lesser and higher beings. I should not communicate the dharma of a lesser being to one who is a vessel for the vast dharma. I must not forsake the Bodhisattva way of life, nor mislead others by means of sutras or mantras. When I spit or throw away the stick for cleaning my teeth, I should cover it up with earth. Also, it is shameful to urinate and so forth in water or on land used by others. When eating, I should not fill my mouth, eat noisily, or with my mouth wide open. I should not sit with my legs outstretched, nor rub my hands together. I should not sit alone in vehicles, upon beds, nor in the same room with the women of others. In brief, having observed or inquired about what is proper, I should not do anything that would be disliked by the people of the world. I should not give directions with one finger, but instead indicate the way respectfully with my right arm, with all my fingers fully outstretched. Nor should I wildly wave my arms about, but should make my point with slight gestures and a snap of the fingers. Otherwise, I shall lose control. Just as the Buddha lay down to pass away, so I should lie in the desired direction when going to sleep. And first of all, with alertness, make the firm decision to quickly rise again. Although I am unable to practice all the limitless varieties of bodhisattva conduct, I should certainly practice as much as has been mentioned here of this conduct that trains the mind. 3 times by day and 3 times by night I should recite the Sutra of the 3 heaps, for by relying upon the Buddhas and the awakening mind, my remaining downfalls will be purified. Whatever I am doing in any situation, whether for myself or for the benefit of others, I should strive to put into practice whatever has been taught for that situation. There is no such thing as something that is not learned by a conqueror's son. Thus, if I am skilled in living in this way, nothing will be non-meritorious. Whether directly or indirectly, I should not do anything that is not for the benefit of others. And solely for the sake of sentient beings, I should dedicate everything towards awakening. Never, even at the cost of my life, should I forsake a spiritual friend who is wise in the meaning of the great vehicle and who is a great bodhisattva practitioner. I should practice entrusting myself to my spiritual master in the manner taught in the biography of Sri Sambhava. This and other advice spoken by the Buddha I can understand through reading the sutras. I should read the sutras because it is from them that the practices appear. To begin with, I should look at the Sutra of Akashagarbha. In addition, I should definitely read the Compendium of All Practices again and again, because what is to be constantly practiced is very well and extensively shown there. Also, I should sometimes look at the condensed Compendium of All Sutras, and I should make an effort to study the works by the same 2 titles composed by the exalted Nagarjuna. I should do whatever is not forbidden in those works, and when I see a practice there, I should impeccably put it into action in order to guard the minds of worldly people. The defining characteristic of guarding alertness, in brief, is only this: to examine again and again the condition of my body and mind, Therefore, I shall put this way of life into actual practice. For what can be achieved by merely talking about it? Will a sick man be benefited merely by reading the medical texts? Chapter 6. Patience. Whatever wholesome deeds, such as venerating the Buddhas and generosity, that have been amassed over 1,000 aeons, will all be destroyed in one moment of anger. There is no evil like hatred, and no fortitude like patience. Thus I should strive in various ways to meditate on patience. My mind will not experience peace if it fosters painful thoughts of hatred. I shall find no joy or happiness. Unable to sleep, I shall feel unsettled. A master who has hatred is in danger of being killed, even by those who for their wealth and happiness depend upon his kindness. By it, friends and relatives are disheartened. Though drawn by my generosity, they will not trust me. In brief, there is nobody who lives happily with anger. Hence the enemy, anger, creates suffering such as these. But whoever assiduously overcomes it finds happiness now and hereafter. Having found its fuel of mental unhappiness in the prevention of what I wish for and in the doing of what I do not want, hatred increases and then destroys me. Therefore, I should totally eradicate the fuel of this enemy, for this enemy has no other function than that of causing me harm. Whatever befalls me, I shall not disturb my mental joy. For having been made unhappy, I shall not accomplish what I wish, and my virtues will decline. Why be unhappy about something if it can be remedied? And what is the use of being unhappy about something if it cannot be remedied? For myself and for my friends, I want no suffering, no disrespect, no harsh words, and nothing unpleasant. But for my enemies, it is the opposite. The causes of happiness sometimes occur, but the causes for sufferings are very many. Without suffering, there is no renunciation. Therefore, mind, you should stand firm. If some ascetics and the people of Karnapa endure the pain of cuts and burns for no reason, then, for the sake of liberation, why have I no courage? There is nothing whatsoever that is not made easier through acquaintance. So, through becoming acquainted with small harms, I should learn to patiently accept greater harms. Who has not seen this to be so with trifling sufferings, such as the bites of snakes and insects, feelings of hunger and thirst, and with such minor things as rashes? I should not be impatient with heat and cold, wind and rain, sickness, bondage, and beatings, for if I am, the harm they cause me will increase. Some, when they see their own blood, become especially brave and steady, but some, when they see the blood of others, faint and fall unconscious. These reactions come from the mind, being either steady or timid. Therefore, I should disregard harms caused to me and not be affected by suffering. Even when the wise are suffering, their minds remain very lucid and undefiled. For when war is being waged against the disturbing conceptions, much harm is caused at the time of battle. The victorious warriors are those who, having disregarded all suffering, vanquish the foes of hatred and so forth. Common warriors slay only corpses. Furthermore, suffering has good qualities. Through being disheartened with it, arrogance is dispelled. Compassion arises for those in cyclic existence. Evil is shunned, and joy is found in virtue. As I do not become angry with great sources of suffering, such as jaundice, then why be angry with animate creatures? They too are provoked by conditions. Although they are not wished for, these sicknesses arise, and likewise, although they are not wished for, these disturbing conceptions forcibly arise. Without thinking, I shall be angry, people become angry with no resistance. And without thinking, I shall produce myself, likewise anger itself is produced. All mistakes that are, and all the various kinds of evil arise through the force of conditions. They do not govern themselves. These conditions that assemble together have no intention to produce anything, and neither does their product have the intention to be produced. That which is asserted as primal substance, and that which is imputed as a self, since they are unproduced, do not arise after having purposefully thought, I shall arise in order to cause harm. If they are unproduced and non-existent, then whatever wish they have to produce harm will also not exist, since this self would permanently apprehend its objects. It follows that it would never cease to do so. Furthermore, if the self were permanent, it would clearly be devoid of action, just like space. So even if it met with other conditions, how could its unchanging nature be affected? Even if, when acted upon by other conditions, it remains as before, then what could actions do to it? Thus, if I say that this condition acts upon a permanent self, how could the two ever be causally related? Hence, everything is governed by other factors, which in turn are governed by others. And in this way, nothing governs itself. Having understood this, I should not become angry with phenomena that are like apparitions. If everything is unreal, like an apparition, then who is there to restrain what anger? Surely, in this case, restraint would be inappropriate. It would not be inappropriate, because conventionally I must maintain that in dependence upon restraining anger, the stream of suffering is severed. So when seeing an enemy, or even a friend, committing an improper action, by thinking that such things arise from conditions, I shall remain in a happy frame of mind. If things were brought into being by choice, then since no one wishes to suffer, suffering would not occur to any embodied creature. Through not being careful, people even harm themselves with thorns and other things. And for the sake of obtaining women and the like, they become obsessed and deprive themselves of food. And there are some who injure themselves through the unmeritorious deeds of hanging themselves, leaping from cliffs, eating poison and unhealthy foods. If, when under the influence of disturbing conceptions, people will even kill their treasured selves, how can they be expected not to cause harm to the bodies of other living beings? Even if I cannot develop compassion for all such people, who through the arisal of disturbing conceptions set out to try and kill me and so forth, the last thing I should do is to become angry with them. Even if it were the nature of the childish to cause harm to other beings, it would still be incorrect to be angry with them, for this would be like begrudging fire for having the nature burn. And even if the fault were temporary in those who are by nature reliable, it would still be incorrect to be angry, for this would be like begrudging space for allowing smoke to arise in it. If I become angry with the wielder, although I am actually harmed by his stick, then since he too is secondary, being in turn incited by hatred, I should really be angry with his hatred. Previously, I must have caused similar harm to other sentient beings. Therefore, it is right for this harm to be returned to me, who is the cause of injury to others. Both the weapon and my body are the causes of my suffering. Since he gave rise to the weapon, and I to the body, with whom should I be angry? If in blind attachment I cling to this suffering abscess of a human form which cannot bear to be touched, with whom should I be angry when it is hurt? It is the fault of the childish that they are hurt, for although they do not wish to suffer, they are greatly attached to its causes. So why should they be angry with others? Just like the guardians of the hell worlds and the forest of razor-sharp leaves, so is this suffering produced by my actions. With whom, therefore, should I be angry? Having been instigated by my own actions, those who cause me harm come into being. If by these actions they should fall into hell, surely isn't it I who am destroying them? In dependence upon them, I purify many evils by patiently accepting the harms that they cause. But in dependence upon me, they will fall into hellish pain for a very long time. So since I am causing harm to them, and they are benefiting me, why, unruly mind, do you become angry in such a mistaken manner? If my mind has the noble quality of patience, I shall not go to hell. But although I am protecting myself in this way, how will it be so for them? Nevertheless, should I return the harm, it will not protect them either. By doing so, my conduct will deteriorate, and hence this fortitude will be destroyed. Since my mind is not physical, in no way can anyone destroy it. But through its being greatly attached to my body, it has caused harm by physical suffering. Since disrespect, harsh speech, and unpleasant words do not cause any harm to my body, why, mind, do you become so angry? Because others will dislike me, but since it will not devour me, either in this or in another life, Why do I not want this dislike? Because it will hinder my worldly gain? Even if I do not want this, I shall have to leave my worldly gains behind, and my evil alone will remain unmoved. Thus it is better that I die today than live a long but wicked life. For even if people like me should live a long time, there will always be the suffering of death. Suppose someone should awaken from a dream in which he experienced 100 years of happiness, and suppose another should awaken from a dream in which he experienced just one moment of happiness. For both of these people who have awoken, that happiness will never return. Similarly, whether my life has been long or short, at the time of death it will be finished like this. Although I may live happily for a long time through obtaining a great deal of material wealth, I shall go forth empty-handed and destitute, just like having been robbed by a thief. Surely material wealth will enable me to live, and then I shall be able to consume evil and do good. But if I am angry on account of it, will not my merit be consumed and evil increase? And what use will be the life of one who only commits evil, if for the sake of material gain he causes the merits needed for life to degenerate? Surely I should be angry with those who say unpleasant things that weaken other beings' confidence in me. But in the same way, why am I not angry with people who say unpleasant things about others? If I can patiently accept this lack of confidence because it is related to someone else, then why am I not patient with unpleasant words about myself, since they are related to the arisal of disturbing conceptions? Should others talk badly of or even destroy holy images, reliquaries, and the sacred Dharma, it is improper for me to resent it, for the Buddhas can never be injured. I should prevent anger arising toward those who injure my spiritual masters, relatives, and friends. Instead, I should see, as in the manner shown before, that such things arise from conditions. Since embodied creatures are injured by both animate beings and inanimate objects, why only bear malice to the animate? It follows that I should patiently accept all harm. Should one person ignorantly do wrong, and another ignorantly become angry with him, who would be at fault, and who would be without fault? Why did I previously commit those actions, because of which others now cause me harm? Since everything is related to my actions, why should I bear malice toward these enemies? When I have seen this to be so, I should strive for what is meritorious, in order to certainly bring about loving thoughts between all. For example, when a fire in one house has moved to another house, it is right to get rid of straw and such things that will cause the fire to spread. Likewise, when the fire of hatred spreads to whatever my mind is attached, I should immediately get rid of it, for fear of my merit being burned. Why is a man condemned to death not fortunate if he is released after having his hand cut off? Why am I, who am experiencing human misery, not fortunate, if by that I am spared from the agonies of hell. If I am unable to endure even the mere sufferings of the present, then why do I not restrain myself from being angry, which will be the source of hellish misery? For the sake of satisfying my desires, I have suffered numerous burnings in hell, and by those actions I fulfilled the purpose of neither myself nor others. But now, since great meaning will accrue from harm, which is not even a fraction of that, I should indeed be solely joyful towards suffering that dispels the harms of all. Should someone else find joyous happiness upon praising my enemy as an excellent person, why, mind, do you not praise him too, and likewise make yourself happy? That joyous happiness of yours would be a source of joy, not something prohibited, a precept given by the excellent ones, and a supreme means for assembling others. It is said that others are made happy through being praised in this way. But if, in this way, you do not want them to have this happiness, then, since it makes them happy, you should cease giving wages and the like to your servants. But you would be adversely affected, both in this and future lives. When people describe my own good qualities, I want others to be happy too. But when they describe the good qualities of others, I do not wish to be happy myself. Having generated the awakening mind through wishing all beings to be happy, why should I become angry if they find some happiness themselves? If I wish for all sentient beings to become Buddhas, worshipped through the three realms, then why am I tormented when I see them receiving mere mundane respect? If a relative for whom I am caring, and to whom I must give many things, should be able to find his own livelihood, wouldn't I be happy rather than angry? If I do not wish for beings to have even this, how can I wish for them to awaken? And where is there an awakening mind in him who becomes angry when others receive things? What does it matter if my enemy is given something or not, whether he obtains it or whether it remains in the benefactor's house? In either case, I shall get nothing. So why, becoming angry, do I throw away my merits, the faith others have in me, and my good qualities? Tell me, why am I not angry with myself for not having the causes for gain? Let alone not having any remorse about the evils that you committed. Oh mind, why do you wish to compete with others who have committed meritorious deeds? Even if your enemy is made unhappy, what is there for you to be joyful about? Your merely wishing for him to be hurt did not cause him to be injured. And even if he does suffer as you had wished, what is there for you to be joyful about? If you say, "For I shall be satisfied," how could there be anything more wretched than that? This hook, cast by the fishermen of disturbing conceptions, is unbearably sharp. Having been caught on it, it is certain that I shall be cooked in cauldrons by the guardians of hell. The honor of praise and fame will not turn into merit nor life. It will give me neither strength nor freedom from sickness, and will not provide any physical happiness. If I were aware of what held meaning for me, what value would I find in these things? If all I want is a little mental happiness, I should devote myself to gambling, drinking, and so forth. If, for the sake of fame, I give away my wealth or get myself killed, what can the mere words of fame do then? Once I have died, to whom will they give pleasure? When their sandcastles collapse, children howl in despair. Likewise, when my praise and reputation decline, my mind becomes like a little child. Since short-lived sounds are inanimate, they cannot possibly think of praising me. But as it makes the bestower of praise happy, my reputation is a source of pleasure for me. But whether this praise is directed at myself or someone else, how shall I be benefited by the joy of he who bestows it? Since that joy and happiness is his alone, I shall not obtain even a part of it. But if I do find happiness in his happiness, then surely I should feel the same way towards all. And if this were so, then why am I unhappy when others find pleasure in that which brings them joy? Therefore, the happiness that arises from thinking I am being praised is invalid. It is only the behavior of a child. Praise and so forth distract me and also undermine my delusion with cyclic existence. I start to envy those who have good qualities, and all the very best is destroyed. Therefore, are not those who are closely involved in destroying my praise and the like also involved in protecting me from falling into the unfortunate realms? I, who am striving for freedom, do not need to be bound by material gain and honor. So why should I be angry with those who free me from this bondage? Those who wish to cause me suffering are like Buddhas bestowing waves of blessing as they open the door for my not going to an unfortunate realm. Why should I be angry with them? But what if someone should obstruct my gaining merit? With him too it is incorrect to be angry, for since there is no fortitude similar to patience, surely I should put it into practice. If, due to my own failings, I am not patient with this enemy, then it is only I who am preventing myself from practicing this cause for gaining merit. If, without it, something does not occur, and if with it, it does come to be, then since this enemy would be the cause of patience, how can I say that he prevents it? A beggar is not an obstacle to generosity. When I am giving something away, and I cannot say that those who give ordination are an obstacle to becoming ordained. There are indeed many beggars in this world, but scarce are those who inflict harm. For if I have not injured others, few beings will cause me harm. Therefore, just like treasure appearing in my house, without any effort on my behalf to obtain it, I should be happy to have an enemy, for he assists me in my conduct of awakening. And because I am able to practice patience with him, he is worthy of being given the very first fruits of my patience, for in this way he is the cause of it. But why should my enemy be venerated? He has no intention for me to practice patience. Then why venerate the sacred Dharma? It too has no intention, but is a fit cause for practice. But surely my enemy is not to be venerated, for he intends to cause me harm. But how could patience be practiced if, like doctors, people always strove to do me good? Thus, since patient acceptance is produced in dependence upon the one with a very hateful mind, that person should be worthy of veneration, just like the sacred Dharma, because he is a cause of patience. Therefore, the Mighty One has said that the field of sentient beings is similar to a Buddha field, for many who have pleased them have thereby reached perfection. A Buddha's qualities are gained from the sentient beings and the conquerors alike. So why do I not respect them in the same way as I respect the conquerors? Of course, they are not similar in the quality of their intentions, but only in the fruits that they produce. So it is in this respect that they have excellent qualities and are therefore said to be equal. Whatever merit comes from venerating one with a loving mind is due to the eminence of sentient beings. And in the same way, the merit of having faith in Buddha is due to the eminence of Buddha. Therefore, they are asserted to be equal in the share they have in establishing Buddha qualities. But none of them are equal in good qualities with the Buddhas, who are boundless oceans of excellence. Even if the three realms were offered, it would be insufficient in paying veneration to those few beings in whom a mere share of the good qualities of the unique assemblage of excellence appears. Thus, since sentient beings have a share in giving rise to the supreme Buddha qualities, surely it is correct to venerate them, as they are similar in merely this respect. Furthermore, what way is there to repay the Buddhas who grant immeasurable benefit and who befriend the world without pretension other than by pleasing sentient beings? Therefore, since benefiting these beings will repay those who give their bodies and enter the deepest hell for their sake, I shall behave impeccably in all that I do, even if they cause me a great deal of harm. When, for their sake, those who are my lords have no regard even for their own bodies, then why am I the fool, so full of self-importance? Why do I not act like a servant towards them? Because of their happiness, the conquerors are delighted. But if they are harmed, they are displeased. Hence, by pleasing them, I shall delight the conquerors, and by harming them, I shall hurt the conquerors. Just as desirable sense objects would give my mind no pleasure if my body was ablaze with fire, likewise, when living creatures are in pain, there is no way for the compassionate ones to be pleased. Therefore, as I have caused harm to living beings, today I openly declare all my unwholesome acts that have brought displeasure to the compassionate ones Please bear with me, O Lords, for this displeasure I have caused you. From now on, in order to delight the Tathagatas, I shall serve the universe and definitely cease to cause harm. Although many beings may kick and stamp upon my head, even at the risk of dying, may I delight the protectors of the world by not retaliating. There is no doubt that those with the nature of compassion regard all these beings to be the same as themselves. Furthermore, those who see this Buddha nature as the nature of sentient beings see the Buddhas themselves. Why then do I not respect sentient beings? Pleasing living beings delights the Tathagatas and perfectly accomplishes my own purpose as well. In addition, it dispels the pain and misery of the universe. Therefore, I should always practice it. For example, should some of the king's men cause harm to many people, far-sighted men would not return the harm, even if they were able to do so. For they see that these men are not alone, but are supported by the might of the king. Likewise, I should not underestimate weak beings who cause me a little harm, for they are supported by the guardians of hell and by all the compassionate ones. So behaving like the subjects of that fiery king, I should please all sentient beings. Even if such a king were to become angry, could he cause the pain of hell, which is the fruit I would have to experience by displeasing sentient beings? And even if such a king were to be kind, he could not possibly grant me the Buddhahood, which is the fruit I would obtain by pleasing sentient beings. Why do I not see that my future attainment of Buddhahood, as well as glory, renown, and happiness in this very life, all come from pleasing sentient beings? While in cyclic existence patience causes beauty, health, and renown, because of these I shall live for a very long time and win the extensive pleasures of the universal chakra kings. Chapter 7. Enthusiasm. Having patience, I should develop enthusiasm. For awakening will dwell only in those who exert themselves. Just as there is no movement without wind, so merit does not occur without enthusiasm. What is enthusiasm? It is finding joy in what is wholesome. Its opposing factors are explained as laziness, attraction to what is bad, and despising oneself out of despondency. Because of attachment to the pleasurable taste of idleness, because of craving for sleep, and because of having no disillusion with the misery of cyclic existence, laziness grows very strong. Enmeshed in the snare of disturbing conceptions, I have entered the snare of birth. Why am I still not aware that I live in the mouth of the Lord of Death? Do I not see that he is systematically slaughtering my species? Whoever remains soundly asleep surely behaves like a buffalo with a butcher. When having blocked off every escape route, the Lord of Death is looking for someone to kill, how can I enjoy eating? And likewise, how can I enjoy sleep? For as long as death is actually approaching, then I shall accumulate merits Even if I then put a stop to laziness, what will be the use? That is not the time. When this has not been done, when this is being done, and when this is only half finished, suddenly the Lord of Death will come, and the thought will occur, "Oh no, I am done for." Their faces flowing with tears, and their eyes red and swollen with sorrow, my relatives will finally lose hope, and I shall behold the vision of the messengers of death. Tormented by the memory of my evils and hearing the sounds of hell, in terror I shall clothe my body in excrement. What virtue can I do in such a delirious state? If even in this life I shall be gripped with fear, like that of a live fish being rolled in hot sand, why even mention the unbearable agonies of hell that will result from my unwholesome deeds? How can I remain at ease like this when I have committed the actions that will bear fruit in my delicate infant's body, encountering boiling acids in the hell of tremendous heat? Much harm befalls those with little forbearance, and those who want results without making any effort. While clasped by death, they shall cry like the gods, "Oh no, I am overcome by misery." Relying upon the boat of a human body, free yourself from the great river of pain. As it is hard to find this boat again, this is no time for sleep, you fool. Having rejected the supreme joy of the sacred Dharma, that is a boundless source of delight, why am I distracted by the causes for pain? Why do I enjoy frivolous amusements and the like? Without indulging in despondency, I should gather the supports for enthusiasm and earnestly take control of myself. Then, by seeing the equality between self and others, I should practice exchanging self for others. I should never indulge in despondency by entertaining such thoughts as, "How shall I ever awaken?" For the Tathagatas who speak what is true have uttered this truth. If they develop the strength of their exertion, even those who are flies, mosquitoes, bees, and insects will win the unsurpassable awakening, which is so hard to find. So, if I do not forsake the Bodhisattva's way of life, why should someone like myself, who has been born in the human race, not attain awakening, since I am able to recognize what is beneficial and what is of harm? But nevertheless, it frightens me to think that I may have to give away my arms and my legs without discriminating between what is heavy and what is light. I am reduced to fear through confusion. For over countless myriads of eons, I have been cut, stabbed, burned, and flayed alive innumerable times, but I have not awakened. Yet the suffering involved in my awakening will have a limit. It is like the suffering of having an incision made in order to remove and destroy greater pain. Even doctors eliminate illness with unpleasant medical treatments. So in order to overcome manifold sufferings, I should be able to put up with some discomfort. But the Supreme Physician does not employ common medical treatments such as these. With an extremely gentle technique, he remedies all the greatest ills. At the beginning, the guide of the world encourages the giving of such things as food. Later, when accustomed to this, one may progressively start to give away even one's flesh. At such a time, when my mind is developed to the point of regarding my body like food, then what hardship would there be when it came to giving away my flesh? Having forsaken all evil, there would be no suffering, and due to wisdom, there would be no lack of joy. But now my mind is afflicted by mistaken conceptions, and my body is caused harm by unwholesome deeds. As their bodies are happy due to their merits, and their minds are happy due to their wisdom, even if they remained in cyclic existence for the sake of others, why would the compassionate ones ever be upset? Due to the strength of his awakening mind, the Bodhisattva consumes his previous evils and harvests oceans of merit. Hence, he is said to excel the Shvabakas. So, having mounted the horse of an awakening mind that dispels all discouragement and weariness, who, when they know of this mind, and that proceeds from joy to joy, would ever lapse into despondency? The supports when working for the sake of living beings are aspiration, steadfastness, joy, and rest. Aspiration is developed through fear of misery, and by contemplating the benefits of aspiration itself. Thus, in order to increase my enthusiasm, I should strive to abandon its opposing forces, to amass the supports of aspiration, self-confidence, joy, and rest, to practice in earnest, and to become strong in self-control. I shall have to overcome the boundless faults of myself and others, and in order to destroy each of these faults alone, I may have to strive until an ocean of eons is exhausted. But if within myself I do not perceive even a fraction of the perseverance required to exhaust these faults, then why do I not have a heart attack? For now I have become an abode for infinite misery. Likewise, I shall have to realize many excellent qualities for myself and others. And in order to obtain each of these qualities alone, I may have to acquaint myself with its cause until an ocean of eons is exhausted. But I have never developed acquaintance, not even a fraction of these excellences. How strange it is to squander this birth I have found by some coincidence. I have not made offerings to the Lord Buddhas. I have not given the pleasure of great festivals. I have not performed actions for the teachings. I have not fulfilled the wishes of the poor. I have not granted fearlessness to the frightened, and I have not given happiness to the weak. All I have given rise to is the agonies in the mother's womb and to suffering. But now, and in previous lives, such deprivation has arisen because of my lack of aspiring for the Dharma. Who would ever reject this aspiring for Dharma? The Mighty One himself has said that aspiration is the root of every facet of virtue. Its root is constant acquaintance with the ripening effects of actions. Physical pain, mental unhappiness, all the various kinds of fear, as well as separation from what is desired, all arise from an unwholesome way of life. However, by committing wholesome actions, which are motivated by aspiration in the mind, wherever I go, I shall be presented with the tokens of the fruit of that merit. But by committing evil actions, although I may wish for happiness, wherever I go, I shall be completely overcome by weapons of pain caused by my evil life. As a result of virtue, I shall dwell in the spacious, fragrant, and cool heart of a lotus flower. My radiance will be nourished by the food of the conqueror's sweet speech. My glorious form will spring from a lotus unfolded by the Mighty One's light. And as a bodhisattva, I shall abide in the presence of the conquerors. But as a result of non-virtue, my skin will be ripped off by the henchmen of Yama. In this feeble state, liquid copper, melted by tremendous heat, will be poured into my body. Pierced by flaming swords and daggers, my flesh will be cut into 100 pieces, and I shall tumble upon the fiercely blazing iron ground. Therefore, I should aspire for virtue, and with great respect acquaint myself with it. Having undertaken the wholesome in the manner of Vajradhavaja, I should then proceed to acquaint myself with self-confidence. First of all, I should examine well what is to be done, to see whether I can pursue it or cannot undertake it. If I am unable, it is best to leave it, but once I have started, I must not withdraw. If I do, then this habit will continue in other lives, and evil and misery will increase. Also, other actions done at the time of its fruition will be weak and will not be accomplished. Self-confidence should be applied to wholesome actions. The overcoming of disturbing conceptions and my ability to do this, thinking, I alone shall do it, is the self-confidence of action. Powerless, their minds disturbed, people in this world are unable to benefit themselves. Therefore, I shall do it for them, since unlike me, these beings are incapable. Even if others are doing inferior tasks, why should I sit here doing nothing? I do not do those tasks because of self-importance. It would be best for me to have no such pride. When crows encounter a dying snake, they will act as though they were eagles. Likewise, if my self-confidence is weak, I shall be injured by the slightest downfall. How can those who out of faint-heartedness have given up trying find liberation because of this deficiency? But even the greatest obstacle will find it hard to overcome one with self-confidence who is developing exertion. Therefore, with a steady mind, I shall overcome all faults. For if I am defeated by a fault, my wish to vanquish the 3 realms will become a joke. I will conquer everything, and nothing at all shall conquer me. I, a son of the lion-like conqueror, should remain self-confident in this way. Whoever has self-importance is destroyed by it. He is disturbed and has no self-confidence. But those with self-confidence do not succumb to the power of the enemy, whereas the former are under the sway of the enemy of self-importance. Inflated by the disturbing conception of my self-importance, I shall be led by it to the lower realms. It destroys this joyous festival of being human. I shall become a slave, eating the food of others. Stupid, ugly, feeble, and everywhere disrespected, tough people, bloated by conceit, are also counted among the self-important. Tell me, what is more pathetic than this? Whoever seizes self-confidence in order to conquer the enemy of self-importance, he is the self-confident one, the victorious hero. And in addition, whoever definitely conquers the spread of this enemy, self-importance, completely wins the fruit of a conqueror, fulfilling the wishes of the world. If I find myself amidst a crowd of disturbing conceptions, I shall endure them in 1,000 ways. Like a lion among foxes, I will not be affected by this disturbing host. Just as men will guard their eyes when great danger and turmoil occur, likewise, I shall never be swayed by the disturbances within my mind, even at times of great strife. It would be better for me to be burned, to have my head cut off, and to be killed, rather than ever bowing down to those ever-present disturbing conceptions. So, likewise, in all situations, I should do nothing other than what is fit. Just like those who yearn for the fruits of play, a bodhisattva is attracted to whatever task he may do. He never has enough. It only brings him joy. Although people work in order to be happy, it is uncertain whether or not they will find it. But how can those whose work itself is joy find happiness unless they do it? If I feel that I never have enough sensual objects, which are like honey smeared on a razor's edge, then why should I ever feel that I have enough merit, which ripens in happiness and peace? Thus, in order to complete this task, I shall venture into it, just as an elephant, tormented by the midday sun, plunges into a cool, refreshing lake. When my strength declines, I should leave whatever I am doing in order to be able to continue with it later. Having done something well, I should put it aside with the wish to accomplish what will follow. Just as an old warrior approaches the swords of an enemy upon the battlefront, so shall I avoid the weapons of the disturbing conceptions, skillfully bind this enemy. If someone dropped his sword during a battle, he would immediately pick it up out of fear. Likewise, if I lose the weapon of mindfulness, I should quickly retrieve it, being afraid of hell. Just as poison spreads throughout the body in dependence upon the circulation of blood, likewise, if a disturbing conception finds an opportunity, unwholesomeness will permeate my mind. Those who practice should be as attentive as a frightened man carrying a jar full of mustard oil, who is being threatened by someone with a sword, that he will be killed if he spills just one drop. Just as I would swiftly stand up if a snake came into my lap. Likewise, if any sleep or laziness occur, I shall quickly turn them back. Each time something unwholesome occurs, I should criticize myself. and then contemplate for a long time that I shall never let this happen again. Likewise, in all these situations, I shall acquaint myself with mindfulness. With this motivation as a cause, I shall aspire to meet with teachers or accomplish the tasks they assign me. In order to have strength for everything, I should recall, before undertaking any action, the advice in the chapter on conscientiousness, and then joyfully rise to the task. Just as the wind blowing back and forth controls the movement of a piece of cotton, so shall I be controlled by joy, and in this way accomplish everything. Chapter 8. Meditation. Having developed enthusiasm in this way, I should place my mind in concentration. For the man whose mind is distracted dwells between the fangs of disturbing conceptions. But through solitude of body and mind, no distractions will occur. Therefore, I should forsake the worldly life and completely discard distorted conceptions. Worldly life is not forsaken because of attachment to people and due to craving for material gain and the like. Therefore, I should entirely forsake these things, for this is the way in which the wise behave. Having understood that disturbing conceptions are completely overcome by superior insight endowed with calm abiding, first of all, I should search for calm abiding. This is achieved through the genuine joy of those unattached to worldly life. Because of the obsession one transient being has for other transient beings, he will not see his beloved ones again for many thousands of lives. Not seeing them, I am unhappy, and in my mind cannot be settled in equipoise. Even if I see them, there is no satisfaction, and as before, I am tormented by craving. Through being attached to living beings, I am completely obscured from the perfect reality. My disillusion with cyclic existence perishes, and in the end, I am tortured by sorrow. By thinking only of them, this life will pass without any meaning. Furthermore, impermanent friends and relatives will even destroy the Dharma, which leads to permanent liberation. If I behave in the same way as the childish, I shall certainly proceed to lower realms. And if I am led there by those unequal to the noble ones, what is the use of entrusting myself to the childish? One moment they are friends, and in the next instant they become enemies, since they become angry even in joyful situations. It is difficult to please ordinary people. They are angry when something of benefit is said, and they also turn me away from what is beneficial. If I do not listen to what they say, they become angry, and hence proceed to lower realms. They are envious of superiors, competitive with equals, arrogant towards inferiors, conceited when praised, and if anything unpleasant is said, they become angry. Never is any benefit derived from the childish. Through associating with the childish, there will certainly ensure unwholesomeness, such as praising myself and belittling others, and discussing the joys of cyclic existence. Developing myself to others in this way will bring about nothing but misfortune, because they will not benefit me, and I shall not benefit them. I should flee far away from childish people. When they are encountered, though, I should please them by being happy. I should behave well, merely out of courtesy, but not become greatly familiar. In the same way as a bee takes honey from a flower, I should take merely what is necessary for the practice of Dharma, but remain unfamiliar, as though I had never seen them before. I have much material wealth as well as honor, and many people like me. Nurturing self-importance in this way, I shall be made terrified after death. So, you thoroughly confused mind by the piling up of whatever objects you are attached to. Misery 1,000-fold will ensue. Hence, the wise should not be attached, because fear is born from attachment. With a firm mind, understand well, that is the nature of these things to be discarded. Although I may have much material wealth, be famous and well spoken of, whatever fame and renown I have amassed has no power to accompany me after death. If there is someone who despises me, what pleasure can I have in being praised? And if there is another who praises me, what displeasure can I have in being despised? If even the conqueror was unable to please the various inclinations of different beings, then what need to mention an evil person such as I? Therefore I should give up the intention to associate with the worldly. They scorn those who have no material gain and say bad things about those who do. How can they, who are by nature so hard to get along with, ever derive any pleasure from me? It has been said by the Tathagatas that one should not befriend the childish, because unless they get their own way, these children are never happy. When shall I come to dwell in forests amongst the deer and the birds and the trees that say nothing unpleasant and are delightful to associate with? When dwelling in caves and empty shrines and at the feet of trees, never look back, cultivate detachment. When shall I come to dwell in places not clung to as mine, which are by nature wide and open, and where I may behave as I wish without attachment? When shall I come to live without fear, having just a begging bowl and a few odd things, wearing clothes not wanted by anyone, and not even having to hide this body? Having departed to the cemeteries, when shall I come to understand that this body of mine and the skeletons of others are equal in being subject to decay? Then, because of its odor, not even the foxes will come close to this body of mine, for this is what will become of it. Although this body arose as one thing, the bones and flesh with which it was created will break up and separate. How much more so will friends and others? At birth I was born alone, and at death too I shall die alone. As this pain cannot be shared by others, what use are obstacle-making friends? In the same way as travelers on a highway leave one place and reach another, likewise, those traveling on the path of conditioned existence leave one birth and reach another. Until the time comes for this body to be supported by 4 pallbearers, while the worldly stand around stricken with grief, until then I shall retire to the forest. Befriending no one and begrudging no one, my body will dwell alone in solitude. If I am already counted as a dead man when I die, there will be no mourners. And as there will be no one around to disturb me with their mourning, thus there will be no one to distract me from my recollection of the Buddha. Therefore I shall dwell alone, happy and contented with few difficulties, in very joyful and beautiful forests, pacifying all distractions. Having given up all other intentions, being motivated by only one thought, I shall strive to settle my mind in equipoise by means of calm abiding, and to subdue it with superior insight. Both in this world and the next, desires give rise to great misfortune. In this life, killing, bondage, and flaying, and in the next, the existence of the hells. For the sake of women, many requests are first of all made through go-betweens. All forms of evil, and even notoriety, are not avoided for their sake. I engage in fearful deeds for them, and will even consume my wealth. But these very bodies of theirs, that I greatly enjoy in the sexual embrace, are nothing other than skeletons. They are not autonomous and are identityless. Rather than being so desirous and completely obsessed, why do I not go to the state beyond sorrow instead? In the first place, I made efforts to lift her veil, and when it was raised, she bashfully looked down. Previously, whether anyone looked or not, her face was covered with a cloth. But now, why do I run away upon directly beholding this face that disturbs the mind, as it is being revealed to me by the vultures? Previously, I completely protected her body when others cast their eyes upon it. Why, miser, do you not protect it now, while it is being devoured by these birds? Since vultures and others are eating this pile of meat that I behold, why did I offer flower garlands, sandalwood, and ornaments to that which is now the food of others? If I am frightened by the skeletons I see, even though they do not move, why am I not frightened by walking corpses, which are moved around by a few impulses? Although I am attached to it when it is covered with skin, why do I not desire it when it is uncovered? Since I have no need for it then, why copulate with it when it is covered? Since both excrement and saliva arise solely from food, why do I dislike excrement and find joy in saliva? Cotton, too, is soft to the touch, but while I find no sexual delight in a pillow, I think that a woman's body does not emit a putrid odor. Lustful one, you are confused as to what is unclean, thinking that they cannot sleep with this cotton, although it is soft to the touch. Confused, negative, and lustful people become angry towards it instead. If I am not attached to what is unclean, then why do I copulate with the lower parts of others' bodies, which are merely cages of bones tied together with muscles, plastered over with the mud of flesh. I myself contain many unclean things, which I constantly have to experience. So why, because of an obsession for uncleanliness, do I desire other bags of filth? But it is the flesh that I enjoy. If this is what I wish to touch and behold, why do I not desire it in its natural state, devoid of any mind? Furthermore, any mind that I may desire is unable to be touched or behold, and whatever I am able to touch will not be mental. So why indulge in this meaningless copulation? It is not so strange that I do not understand the bodies of others to be of an unclean nature. But it is indeed strange that I do not understand my very own body to be by nature unclean. Having forsaken the young lotus flower, unfolded by beams of sunlight, free from cloud, why, with a mind craving for what is unclean, do I revel in a cage of filth? Since I do not wish to touch a place that is smeared with excrement, then why do I wish to touch the body from which that excrement arose? If I am not attached to what is unclean, why do I copulate with the lower parts of others' bodies, which arise from the unclean field of a womb and are produced by the seeds within it? I have no wish for a small dirty maggot which has come from a pile of filth. So why do I desire this body which by nature is grossly unclean? For it too was produced by filth. Not only do I not disparage the uncleanliness of my own body, but because of an obsession for what is unclean, I desire other bags of filth as well. Even attractive things, such as savory foods, cooked rice, and vegetables, make the ground dirty and unclean, should they be spat out after being in the mouth. Although such uncleanliness is obvious, if I still have doubts, I should go to the cemeteries and look at the unclean bodies of others that have been thrown away there. Having realized that when their skin is rent open, they give rise to a great deal of fear, how will such things as these ever again give rise to joy? The scents with which someone's body is anointed are sandalwood and the like, but not that of the other's body. So why am I attached to others' bodies? Because of scents that are other than theirs. Since the body has a naturally foul odor, isn't it good to be unattached to it? Why do those who crave for the meaningless things of the world anoint this body with pleasant scents? And furthermore, if it is the pleasant scent of sandalwood, how can it come from the body? So why am I attached to others' bodies because of scents that are other than theirs? Since the naked body, left in its natural state, is very frightening due to its long hair and nails, its yellowish, foul-smelling teeth, and it's being coated with the odor of dirt. Why do I make such an effort to polish it, like cleaning a weapon that will cause me harm? Hence, this entire world is disturbed with insanity due to the exertions of those who are confused about themselves. When my mind rises above worldly concerns, through having beheld nothing but skeletons in the cemetery, will there be any joy in graveyard cities which are filled with moving skeletons? Furthermore, these unclean female bodies are not found without paying a price. In order to obtain them, I exhaust myself, and in future will be injured in the hells. As a child, I am unable to increase my wealth, and as a youth, what can I do, being unable to afford a wife? At the end of my life, when I have the wealth, being an old man, what good will sex be then? Some evil and lustful people wear themselves out by working all day, and when they return home in the evening, their exhausted bodies lie prostrate like corpses. Some have the suffering of being disturbed with travel and having to go a long way from home. Although they long for their spouses, they do not see them for years at a time. And some who wish for benefit due to confusion even sell themselves for the sake of women and the like. But not attaining what they wish, they are aimlessly driven by the winds of others' actions. Some sell their own bodies, and without any power are employed by others, even when their wives give birth. Their children fall at the feet of trees and in lonely places. Some fools who are deceived by desire, wishing for a livelihood, think, I shall earn my living as a soldier. Then, although afraid of losing their lives, they go to war. Others become slaves for the sake of profit. Some lustful people even cut their bodies. Others impale themselves on the points of sticks. Some stab themselves with daggers, and others burn themselves. Such things as these are quite apparent. And due to the torment involved in collecting it, protecting, and finally losing it, I should realize wealth to be fraught with infinite problems. Those who are distracted by their attachment to it have no opportunity to gain freedom from the misery of conditioned existence. In the same way as animals drawing carriages are only able to eat a few mouthfuls of grass, likewise, desirous people have many disadvantages such as these and little profit. And since even animals can obtain this little profit, those who are pained by their previous actions waste these leisures and endowments so difficult to find for the sake of something trivial that is not so scarce. The objects of desire will certainly perish, and then I shall fall into hellish states. But Buddhahood itself is attained with just 1/1,000,000th of the difficulty, involved in continually exhausting myself for the sake of what is not very great. Hence, the desirous experience greater misery than those following the awakening way of life. But for them, there is no awakening. When, having contemplated the miseries of hell, it will be clear that there is nothing comparable to the harm caused to desirous beings by weapons, poison, fire, ravines, and foes. Having in this way developed disillusion with desire, I should generate joy for solitude. The fortunate ones stroll in peaceful forests, devoid of disputes and disturbing conceptions. They live in joyful houses of vast, flat stones, cooled by the sandal-scented moonlight, fanned by the peaceful, silent forest breeze, thinking of what is of benefit for others. They dwell for as long they wish in empty houses, at the feet of trees and in caves, having abandoned the pain of clinging to and guarding possessions. They abide independent, free of care, living as they choose, desireless, having no ties with anyone. Even the powerful have difficulty finding a life as happy and content as this. Having in such ways as these thought about the excellences of solitude, I should completely pacify distorted conceptions and meditate on the awakening mind. First of all, I should make an effort to meditate upon the equality between self and others. I should protect all beings as I do myself, because we are all equal in wanting pleasure and not wanting pain. Although there are many different parts and aspects, such as the hands, as a body that is to be protected, they are one. Likewise, all the different sentient beings in their pleasure and their pain have a wish to be happy that is the same as mine. The suffering that I experience does not cause any harm to others, but that suffering is mine because of my conceiving of myself as I. Thereby, it becomes unbearable. Likewise, the misery of others does not befall me. Nevertheless, by conceiving of others as I, their suffering becomes mine. Therefore, it too should be hard to bear. Hence, I should dispel the misery of others, because it is suffering just like my own, and I should benefit others, because they are sentient beings just like myself. When both myself and others are similar in that we wish to be happy, what is so special about me? Why do I strive for my happiness alone? And when both myself and others are similar in that we do not wish to suffer, what is so special about me? Why do I protect myself and not others? But why should I protect them if their suffering does not cause me any harm? Then why protect myself against future suffering if it causes me no harm now. It is a mistaken conception to think that I shall experience the suffering of my next life, for it is another person who dies, and another that will be reborn. Surely, whenever there is suffering, the sufferer must protect himself from it. But the suffering of the foot is not that of the hand. Then why does it protect it? Although this may not be justified, it is done because of a grasping at a self. But surely, whatever is not justified for myself or others should at all costs be rejected. Such things as a continuum and an aggregation are false in the same way as a rosary and an army. There is no real owner of suffering. Therefore, who has control over it? Being no inherent owner of suffering, there can be no distinction at all between that of myself and others. Thus, I shall dispel it because it hurts. Why am I so certain that I shouldn't eliminate the suffering of others? But, since neither the suffering nor the sufferer truly exist, why should I turn away the misery of all? This is no ground for argument. For if I prevent my own sufferings, surely I should prevent the sufferings of all. If not, since I am just like other sentient beings, I should not prevent my own suffering either. But since this compassion will bring me much misery, why should I exert myself to develop it? Should I contemplate the suffering of living creatures? How could the misery of compassion be more? If by one person's suffering, the suffering of many would be destroyed, surely kind-hearted people would accept it for the sake of themselves and others. Thus, the Bodhisattva Supushpachandra, although aware of the harm the king would cause him, accepted his own suffering in order to eradicate the miseries of many. Thus, because he loves to pacify the pains of others, he whose mind is attuned in this way would enter even the deepest hell, just as a wild goose plunges into a lotus pool. Will not the ocean of joy that shall exist when all beings are free be sufficient for me? What am I doing, wishing for my liberation alone? Therefore, although working for the benefit of others, I should not be conceited or consider myself wonderful. And because of the joy there is in solely doing this, I should have no hope for any ripening effect. Therefore, just as I protect myself from unpleasant things, however small, in the same way I should act towards others with a compassionate and caring mind. Although the basis is quite impersonal, through constant familiarity, I have come to regard the drops of sperm and blood of others as I. So, in the same way, why should I be unable to regard the bodies of others as I? Hence, it is not difficult to see that my body is also that of others. Having seen the mistakes in cherishing myself and the ocean of good in cherishing others, I shall completely reject all selfishness and accustom myself to accepting others. In the same way as hands and so forth are regarded as limbs of the body, likewise, why are embodied creatures not regarded as limbs of life? Through acquaintance has the thought of I arisen toward this impersonal body. So, in a similar way, why should it not arise towards other living beings? When I work in this way for the sake of others, I should not let conceit or feeling that I am wonderful arise. It is just like feeding myself. I hope for nothing in return. Therefore, just as I protect myself from unpleasant things, however slight, in the same way I should habituate myself to have a compassionate and caring mind for others. It is out of his great compassion that the Lord Avalokiteshvara has even blessed his name to dispel the nervousness of being among other people. I should not turn away from what is difficult, for by the power of familiarity, I may be made unhappy even when someone whose name once frightened me is not around. Thus, whoever wishes to quickly afford protection to both himself and other beings should practice that holy secret, the exchanging of self for others. Because of attachment to my body, even a small object of fear frightens me. So who would not revile as an enemy this body that gives rise to fear? By wishing for a means to remedy the hunger, thirst, and sickness of the body, I might kill birds, fish, and deer, and loiter by the sides of roads to rob others. If, for the sake of its profit and comfort, I would kill even my father and mother, and steal the property of the triple gem, then I would undoubtedly proceed to burn in the flames of the deepest hell. Therefore, what wise man would desire, protect, and venerate this body? Who would not scorn it and regard it as an enemy? If I give this, what shall I have left to enjoy? Such selfish thinking is the way of ghosts. If I enjoy this, what shall I have left to give? Such selfless thinking is a quality of the gods. If for my own sake I cause harm to others, I shall be tormented in hellish realms. But if, for the sake of others, I cause harm to myself, I shall acquire all that is magnificent. By holding myself in high esteem, I shall find myself in unpleasant realms, ugly and stupid. But should this attitude be shifted to others, I shall acquire honors in a joyful realm. If I employ others for my own purposes, I myself shall experience servitude. But if I use myself for the sake of others, I shall experience only lordliness. Whatever joy there is in this world, all comes from desiring others to be happy. And whatever suffering there is in this world, all comes from desiring myself to be happy. But what need is there to say much more? The childish work for their own benefit. The Buddhas work for the benefit of others. Just look at the difference between them. If I do not actually exchange my happiness for the sufferings of others, I shall not attain the state of Buddhahood, and even in cyclic existence shall have no joy. Let alone what is beyond this world, because of my servants doing no work, and because of my masters giving me no pay, even the needs of this life will not be fulfilled. By rejecting the method that establishes both foreseeable and unforeseeable joy, I cast magnificent delight completely aside, and then, because of inflicting misery on others, in confusion I seize hold of unbearable pain. If all the injury, fear, and pain in this world arise from grasping at a self, then what use is that great ghost to me? If I do not completely forsake it, I shall be unable to put an end to suffering, just as I cannot avoid being burnt if I do not cast aside the fire I hold. Therefore, in order to allay the harms inflicted upon me, and in order to pacify the sufferings of others, I shall give myself up to others and cherish them as I do my very self. I am under the control of others. Of this, mind, you must be certain. Now, except for benefiting every creature, you must not think of anything else. For my own sake, I should not do anything. With these eyes and so forth that I have left at the disposal of others, it is quite incorrect to do anything with them which is contrary to the benefit of others. Thus, sentient beings should be my main concern. Whatever I behold upon my body, I should rob and use for the benefit of others. Considering lesser beings and so forth as myself, and considering myself as the other, in the following way I should meditate upon envy, competitiveness, and self-importance, with a mind free of distorted concepts. He is honored, but I am not. I have not found wealth such as he. He is praised, but I am despised. He is happy, but I suffer. I have to do all the work, while he remains comfortably at rest. He is renowned as great in this world, but I as inferior, with no good qualities at all. But what do you mean, I have no good qualities? I have all good qualities. Compared to many, he is inferior, and compared to many, I am high. The deteriorated state of my morals and views is not due to me, but due to my disturbing conceptions. In whatever way he is able, he should heal me. Willingly, I shall accept any discomfort involved. But I am not being healed by him, so why does he belittle me? What use are his good qualities to me? Although he has good qualities, he does not benefit me. With no compassion for the beings who dwell in the poisonous mouth of evil realms, externally he is proud of his good qualities and wishes to put down the wise. In order that I may excel, he who is regarded as equal with me, I shall definitely strive to attain material gain and honor for myself, even if by such means as verbal dispute. By all means, I shall make clear to the entire world all the good qualities I have. But I shall not let anyone hear of any good qualities he may have. Also, I shall hide all my faults. I will be venerated, but not he. I will find a great deal of material gain. I will be honored, but he shall not. For a long time I shall look with pleasure at his being made inferior. He will become the laughingstock of all, regarded among everyone as an object of scorn and derision. It is said that this deluded one is trying to compete with me. But how can he be equal with me in learning, intelligence, form, class, or wealth? Thus, upon hearing of my good qualities that have been made well known to all, I shall thoroughly enjoy the satisfaction of the pleasant tingling sensation that occurs. Even though he has some possessions, if he is working for me, I shall give him just enough to live on, and by force I'll take the rest. His happiness and comfort will decline, and I shall always cause him harm. For hundreds of times in this circle of rebirth, he has caused harm to me. Because of desiring to benefit yourself, O mind, all the weariness you have gone through over countless past aeons has only succeeded in achieving misery. Therefore, I shall definitely engage myself in working for the benefit of others. For since the words of the Mighty One are infallible, I shall behold its advantages in the future. If in the past I had practiced this act of exchanging self for others, a situation such as this, devoid of the magnificence and bliss of a Buddha, could not possibly have come about. Therefore, just as I have come to hold as I these drops of sperm and blood of others, likewise, through acquaintance, I should also come to regard all others. Having thoroughly examined myself to see whether I am really working for others or not, I shall steal whatever appears on my body and use it for the benefit of others. I am happy, but others are sad. I am high, though others are low. I benefit myself, but not others. Why am I not envious of myself? I must separate myself from happiness and take upon myself the suffering of others. Why am I doing this now? In this way, I should examine myself for faults. Although others may do something wrong, I should transform it into a fault of my own. But should I do something even slightly wrong, I shall openly admit it to many people. By further describing the renown of others, I should make it outshine my own. Just like the lowest kind of servant, I should employ myself for the benefit of all. I should not praise my naturally fault-ridden self for some temporary good quality it may have. I shall never let even a few people know of any good qualities I may possess. In brief, for the sake of living creatures, may all the harms I have selfishly caused to others descend upon me myself. I should not be dominating and aggressive, acting in a self-righteous, arrogant way. Instead, like a newly married bride, I should be bashful, timid, and restrained. Thus, O mind, you should think and abide in this way, and not act selfishly as before. If, unto the control of self-cherishing, you transgress this code, your selfishness will be your end. However, mind, although you have been advised, if you do not act in a like manner, then, since all misfortunes will entrust themselves to you, you will only be destined to destruction. That previous time when you could overcome me is now past. Now I see your nature and your faults, and wherever you go, I shall destroy your arrogance. I should immediately cast aside all thoughts to work for my own sake. By having sold you to others, I shall not become discouraged, but shall offer up all your strength to others. If, having become unconscientious, I do not give you to all living beings, it is certain that you will deliver me to the guardians of the hells. For ages have you dealt with me like this, and I have suffered long, but now, recalling all my grudges, I shall overcome your selfish thoughts. Likewise, if I wish to be happy, I should not be happy with myself. And similarly, if I wish to be protected, I should constantly protect all others. To whatever degree I take great care of this body, to that degree I shall fall into a state of extreme helplessness. Having fallen in this way, if my desires are unable to be fulfilled even by everything upon this earth, what else will be able to satisfy them? Being unable to fulfill them, though, desiring to do so, disturbing conceptions and a dissatisfied mind will ensue. But if I do not depend on any material things, the exhaustion of my good fortune will be unknown. Therefore, I shall never create an opportunity for the desires of the body to increase. for whatever I do, not grasp as attractive. These are the best of all possessions. In the end, my body will turn to dust. Unable to move by itself, it will be propelled by other forces. Why do I grasp this unbearable and unclean form as I? Whether it lives or whether it dies, what use is this machine to me? How is it different from a clod of earth? Oh, why do I not dispel this pride of being I and mine? Having accumulated suffering for no purpose because of my honoring and serving this body, what use is attachment and anger for this thing that is similar to a piece of wood? Whether I am caring for my body in this way, or whether it is being eaten by vultures, it has no attachment or hatred toward these things. Why then am I so attached to it? If my body knows no anger when derided and no pleasure when praised, for what reason am I wearing myself out like this? But I want this body of mine, for both it and I are friends. And since all beings want their bodies, why do I not find joy in theirs? Therefore, in order to benefit all beings, I shall give up this body without an attachment. But although it may have many faults, I should look after it while experiencing the results of my previous actions. So enough of this childish behavior. I shall follow in the steps of the wise. And having recalled the advice concerning conscientiousness, I shall turn away sleep and mental dullness. Just like the compassionate sons of the conqueror, I shall patiently accept what I have to do. For if I do not make a constant effort day and night, when will my misery ever come to an end? Therefore, in order to dispel the obscurations, I shall withdraw my mind from mistaken ways and constantly place it in equipoise upon the perfect object. Chapter 9. Wisdom. All of these practices were taught by the Mighty One for the sake of wisdom. Therefore, those who wish to pacify suffering should generate this wisdom. Deceptive truths and ultimate truths are accepted as the two truths. Ultimate truths are not objects experienced by the mind. Here, the mind is the deceptive mind. Two types of persons are seen to experience these two truths: yogis endowed with superior insight and calm abiding, and common people. Common people consider the body to be a unit and the mind to be permanent, and so forth. Yogis contradict these views. Furthermore, among the yogis, there are differences in their understanding. Those with higher views contradict those with lower views, with examples accepted as unreal by both. Because unanalyzed phenomena do exist deceptively, it is not contradictory to engage in the practices of giving and so forth for the sake of the fruit of awakening. Common people behold forms and things and conceive of them to be really existent. They do not understand them to be like an illusion. Here, the yogis and the common people disagree. But since forms and so forth are established by true perception, how are they false? Such things are worldly conventions, but they are not true for a valid cognition of an ultimate truth. This is just like the unclean body being known deceptively as clean. Such a cognition is false. The Protector Buddha taught things to be impermanent for the sake of progressively guiding ordinary people who conceive of true existence towards a correct understanding. But in actuality, such things are not truly momentary. Is it not a contradiction to say momentariness even exists deceptively? For yogis, there is no mistake in its being a deceptive truth. Compared to the worldly view, the yogi's vision of momentariness is a vision of reality. Otherwise, the yogi's definite understanding of the uncleanness of a woman's body would be contradicted by the worldly person's view of it as clean. In the same way that for you, truly existent merits occur from worshipping a truly existent conqueror, similarly, for us, illusion-like merits occur from worshipping an illusion-like conqueror. For as long as the necessary conditions are assembled, for that long, even illusions will occur. Why, merely by their longer duration, should sentient beings be more real than illusions? Because an illusory person has no mind, no evil accrues from his actions. If such actions are committed by a sentient being, endowed with an illusion-like mind, merits and evils do accrue from his actions. Because the mantras and so forth do not have the ability to produce minds, illusory minds are not produced from them. Illusions that arise from a variety of different conditions also vary, but nowhere is there one condition which has the ability to produce all the effects. If, ultimately, all sentient beings are by nature in the state beyond sorrow, i.e. nirvana, deceptively they are in cyclic existence. And since, in terms of appearance, the Buddha would be in cyclic existence, what would be the use of the Bodhisattva's way of life? If their conditions are not discontinued, even illusions will not cease to be. Since sentient beings have not discontinued the conditions for cyclic existence, they are in cyclic existence. But the Buddha has discontinued these conditions. Even deceptively, he does not exist with the nature of one in cyclic existence. But why, if no deceived consciousnesses exist, then what mind can refer to the illusion-like appearances? But if illusion-like objects are not real for you, what can be referred to? Although external objects do not really exist, surely consciousness does truly exist. And because the images of objects which appear to consciousness are the mind itself, they can be referred to by consciousness. But if the mind itself and the illusion-like objects are one substance, then what object would be beheld by what mind? It has been said by the protector of the world himself that the mind does not have the ability to behold the mind. Just as the blade of a sword cannot cut itself, likewise the mind cannot behold itself. But surely, just as a light completely illuminates itself, so does the mind know itself. The light does not illuminate itself, because something that is to be illuminated has to first of all be unilluminated. As soon as the light is lit, it is never obscured by any darkness, i.e., unilluminated. But take, for example, two kinds of blueness. Blueness that appears dependence upon another blue-colored object, like the blue reflected in a clear piece of glass, and blueness that does not appear in dependence upon something else, like the blue in lapis lazuli. Likewise, some objects depend upon other things, such as lights that illuminate them and consciousnesses that know them, whereas such things as lights and feelings of pleasure and pain are beheld without any such dependence. This is not so. The blueness of lapis lazuli is established as soon as it comes into being. It is not something which previously, having not been blue, makes itself blue. Conventionally, upon being perceived by consciousness, it can be said that a light illuminates itself. But ultimately, upon being perceived, by what can it be said that the mind illuminates itself? No mind at all can behold a truly existent consciousness. It is meaningless to discuss whether such a mind has the quality of illuminating itself. It is like discussing whether the looks of the daughter of a barren woman are attractive or not. But if self-cognition did not exist, how would we be able to have a memory of consciousness? It is remembered from its relationship to the experiencing of other objects. For example, although the hibernating bear does not experience being poisoned when bitten by a rat, later he awakens and experiences pain. From this, he indirectly remembers that he must have been poisoned. The means whereby consciousness is recalled is similar. But if someone with the necessary causal conditions, such as concentration, can see the consciousnesses of others from afar, therefore it must be possible to clearly see one's own consciousness, which is so near. This is not necessarily so, because with an application of an I notion, consecrated by powerful attainments, treasure vases can be seen far beneath the earth. The I notion itself, which is much closer, cannot be seen. The appearances of seeing, hearing, and perceiving are not being negated here. It is the conception of them as truly existent that is to be reversed, since this is the cause for suffering. But these illusion-like objects are not external objects other than the mind. Yet, although not other, they cannot be considered as being the mind itself. If something is a thing, how can it be neither the mind nor other than it? It has to be the one or the other. If you say that it is neither one nor the other, then it would not be a thing, because such a thing could not possibly exist. Just as illusion-like objects are not truly existent, but can still be seen, similarly, although the mind is not truly existent, conventionally it can appear as the beholder. But surely, cyclic existence, the state in which subject and object appear as two distinct things, has, as the basis of its deceptive appearance, something real, a truly existent, non-dual consciousness. Otherwise, it would be just like space, and would not be a state which could appear as real subjects and objects. If cyclic existence depended upon something real, how could it have the function of appearing as real subjects and objects? It could not, because real, truly existent things do not exist, and thus mind would become a solitary consciousness unassisted by any object. If the mind existed separately from its objects, then all sentient beings would become Tathagatas. What advantage is there in considering the basis of cyclic existence to be merely mind? Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 30. Even if one knows that all phenomena are like an illusion, how will disturbing conceptions be turned away? A magician who creates an illusory woman can still have desire for her. The creator of this illusion has not abandoned the tendencies of the disturbing conception of desire towards noble entities, such as women. Therefore, when he sees the illusory woman, the tendency to see her emptiness is weak. Although the illusion may be understood to be empty, through not understanding phenomena to be empty of true existence, the tendencies of desire are aroused. But through developing the tendency to know all phenomena as empty, the tendency of apprehending things as truly existent will be abandoned. But through developing the tendency to know all phenomena as empty, the tendency of apprehending things as truly existent will be abandoned. Through familiarizing oneself with the fact that no phenomena, emptinesses, as well as deceptive truths, are established as truly existent, in the future, the apprehension of emptiness, as well as false phenomena as being truly existent, will be abandoned, and then it will be impossible for any disturbing conceptions to occur. When it is said that no true thing exists, this means that the thing negated, true existence, which is under examination, is not to be apprehended. At that time, since true existence, the basis in dependence upon which no true existence is posited, is removed. How can non-true existence remain before the mind as truly existent? Just as the son of a barren woman does not exist, neither does his dying. Once neither a thing nor a non-thing, its emptiness, remains before the mind, then there is no other alternative, such as something being both a thing and a non-thing, or being neither a thing nor a non-thing. Finally, the mind that apprehends truly existent objects will cease and be totally pacified. But if this were the case, then because he would not reflect, "I shall do this," how could the Buddha act for the benefit of others? Wish-fulfilling trees and wish-granting gems, although they have no conceptual motivations, completely fulfill hopes because of their own power and the merits accumulated by people. Likewise, through the force of both the purity of the disciples' minds and the prayers a Buddha makes to work for their welfare while he is a bodhisattva, the physical body of a conqueror appears, and benefit is forthcoming. But since the prayers of the bodhisattva cease when he attains Buddhahood, wouldn't it be impossible for them to have any effect later? Well, for example, although the Brahmin Sanku passed away a long time ago, the Garuda reliquary, which he consecrated with the force of his mantra, is still able to neutralize poisons. Similarly, the reliquary of a conqueror's body is formed in accordance with his actions when he was a bodhisattva. Although the bodhisattva has now passed beyond sorrow into non-abiding nirvana, and his conceptual desire to accomplish the welfare of others has ceased, he still accomplishes all that is of benefit for them. But if the Buddha has no conceptual mind, can meritorious fruits occur from worshipping him? These meritorious fruits can occur because it has been explained that the merits from worshipping a Buddha while he is alive and the merits from worshipping his relics when he has passed beyond sorrow are exactly the same. It is established through scriptural authority that fruits occur from worshipping a Buddha who has no conceptual mind, as well as a Buddha who is considered deceptively to have a conceptual mind and ultimately to be truly existent. For example, just as you accept that truly existent merit occurs from worshipping a truly existent Buddha endowed with a mind, we too accept that false, non-truly existent merits occur from worshipping a false, non-truly existent Buddha. But through cultivating a direct vision of the Four Noble Truths, such as impermanence and so forth, one will be liberated from disturbing conceptions. So what is the point of cultivating a vision of an emptiness that is not established as anything? It is necessary to behold emptiness because it is taught in the Perfection of Wisdom scriptures, Prajñāpāramitā sutras. Without the path of wisdom that understands emptiness, there will be no awakening. But since the Mahāyāna teachings are not the word of Buddha, they are not established as a scriptural authority for us. How are your scriptures established as credible? They are credible because they are established as the word of the Buddha for both of us. At first, before your acceptance of your tenets, your scriptures cannot have been the word of the Buddha because then they were not established as the word of Buddha for you. But they are still credible because we learn about them from a pure, unbroken lineage. But this reason for which you believe in your scriptures is equally applicable in the Mahāyāna, because we too have an unbroken lineage of teachers. Furthermore, if you accept something as true simply because two people accept it, then you should also accept the Vedas and other non-Buddhist scriptures as true. The Mahāyāna scriptures are not credible because they are disputed. But since all your scriptures are disputed by the non-Buddhist schools, and some of them by other Buddhist schools, you should reject them too. You accept any teaching which can be classified into the three scriptural categories, Tripitaka, as the word of Buddha regarding moral discipline, concentration, or wisdom. If this is so, since these three trainings are taught in most Mahāyāna scriptures, such as the Samdhi-Mokkana Sutra, which is similar to your scriptures, why do you not accept them as the word of the Buddha? If, because of your not recognizing one scripture, such as the Prajñāpāramitā Sutra, as the Buddha's speech, you say all Mahāyāna texts are corrupt, then, because one text, the Samdhi-Nirmokkana Sutra, is similar to your text, why not say all Mahāyāna texts were spoken by the conqueror? But if the Prajñāpāramitā Sutra was the word of the Buddha, surely the great Kāśyapa and other arhats would have understood them. Even the great Kāśyapa and the other arhats could not fathom the depth of the teachings of the Mahāyāna scriptures. Because you do not understand them, who would regard this as a reason for not accepting them as the word of the Buddha? You say that the monk arhat is the root for establishing the presence of the Buddha's teaching. But it would be hard for those whose minds still apprehend true existence and have not understood emptiness to be monk arhats, because they could not have fully abandoned their disturbing conceptions. Since they would not have abandoned suffering, it would be hard for them to have attained the state beyond sorrow, nirvana. But although they do not understand emptiness, they are freed from suffering because they have abandoned their disturbing conceptions by meditating on impermanence, personal identitylessness, and so forth. Because of having abandoned their misconceptions, do they become free of suffering as soon as they attain the state of an arhat? Although those arhats have no disturbing conceptions, through latent force of their previous actions, arhats such as Maudgalyayana experienced suffering. But temporarily, they are not freed from suffering as soon as they abandon their disturbing conceptions. They will be freed when they leave their bodies, because they definitely do not have any craving, which is a principal condition for conditioned existence. But while they still have a craving that is completely undisturbing confusion, why would they not take a rebirth contaminated by actions and disturbing conceptions? They would, because the causal condition of feelings about the apprehension of true existence definitely produces craving. A mind that lacks the understanding of emptiness is a mind that still apprehends true existence. It will still conceive of some objects as truly existent. Although disturbing conceptions may temporarily cease, they will arise again, in the same way that during the equipoise of non-discernment, disturbing conceptions cease only to arise again later, when equipoise is over. Therefore, those who wish to put an end to suffering should meditate on emptiness. Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 52. Understanding emptiness, compassion should arise for those suffering as a result of being confused about emptiness. While remaining in cyclic existence to accomplish inconceivable benefit for others by liberating them from the two extremes of desiring and fearing, this is the fruit of meditating on emptiness. The remedy for the darkness of the obscurations of disturbing conceptions, as well as the obscuration to the knowable, is meditation on emptiness. Why do those who wish to quickly obtain omniscience not meditate on emptiness? Since understanding emptiness has such advantages, and not understanding it has such disadvantages, it is quite invalid to aim criticism in the direction of emptiness. Without any doubts, one should meditate on emptiness. But I do not want to meditate on emptiness because it frightens me. It would be correct to be afraid of that which actually produces suffering, the apprehension of true existence. But why be afraid of meditating on emptiness, as it pacifies all suffering? If a truly existent self existed, it would make sense to be afraid of any object at all. But since such a self does not exist, who is there to become afraid? Teeth, hair, and nails are not the self. The self is not bones nor blood. It is neither mucus, nor is it phlegm, nor is it lymph, nor pus. The self is not fat nor sweat. The lungs and liver also are not the self. Neither are any of the other inner organs, nor is the self excrement or urine. Flesh and skin are not the self. Warmth and energy winds are not the self. Neither are bodily cavities the self. And at no time are the 6 types of consciousnesses the self. All 6 psychophysical categories are impermanent, multiple, and not autonomous. If the consciousness that apprehends sound were a permanent self, there would be a conscious apprehension of sound at all times, even when sound was absent. But since the consciousness of sound is dependent on sound, if there were no sound as an object of consciousness, for what reason could it be called a consciousness that apprehends sound? If there can be a consciousness that apprehends sound, even though there is no consciousness of sound, it would absurdly follow that even a piece of wood could become a consciousness of sound. Therefore, without an object of consciousness remaining close by, we can definitely say that there is no consciousness that apprehends it. But when there is no sound, it does not mean that there is no apprehender of it, because at a later time, when no sounds are present, the previous consciousness of sound becomes consciousness of visual forms, and so forth. These 2 consciousnesses are one thing. In this case, at the time of that consciousness of visual form, why is no sound heard? It is not heard because no sound exists in proximity. Therefore, a conscious apprehension of it could not possibly exist. How can something whose nature it is to apprehend sound ever apprehend visual forms? It could not, because their aspects are mutually exclusive. But though their aspects are mutually exclusive, in relation to two objects occurring at different times, it is not contradictory to say that it is one consciousness apprehending them. This is like one person who, in relation to his father and his son, respectively, is posited as a son and a father. But in your tradition, it is not really true to consider a father and a son as one person, because in this case, the truly existent matter, primal substance, which you accept as a non-appearing, equally balanced state of purity, sattva, activity, raja, and darkness, tama, could be neither a father nor a son, because it has true, independent existence. The apprehension of a visual form does not exist as an apprehension of sound, because if it existed with that nature, it would surely be apparent, whereas it is never seen as such by a valid cognition. But just as one actor has many different roles, the previous apprehension of sound is later seen in another way, i.e., as an apprehension of visual form. But then the consciousness can no longer be permanent, because it keeps on changing into something else. But although the consciousness appears in other ways, its nature remains the same as before and is permanent. But such a oneness of nature is a type of oneness that you have never asserted before. Surely consciousness appears in other ways, and although the different modes are not true, their nature is one and true. Please tell us, what is this nature that is one and true? It is the nature of merely being conscious that is one and true. But in that case, it would follow that the minds of all different individuals are one, because they too are similar in merely being conscious. Furthermore, the self that has intentions and the primal substance that has no intentions would also become one, because they are similar in merely being existent, knowable entities. When particular consciousnesses, the apprehensions of sounds, visual forms, and so forth, are mistaken and untrue, how can they have one true general aspect, namely, a similar basis of merely being consciousness? They cannot, because it is illogical for the general aspect of something to be true when all the particular aspects are false. Furthermore, a non-mental phenomenon cannot be the self that experiences objects because it lacks the nature of mind, just like a jug. But although it is itself not of the nature of the mind, it does experience objects because of being endowed with a separate mind. This is illogical, for when a self, by nature not conscious of objects, comes to be conscious of them through being endowed with a mind, it would follow absurdly that in becoming a conscious self, the non-conscious self would perish and hence would no longer be permanent, as you assert. Even if the self were unchanging, then how, through being endowed with a mind, could a self that is not conscious of objects be conscious of them? This would not be possible. Thus, if you accept as the self something that is not conscious of objects because it is matter and separated from the function of producing effects because it is permanent, then space would also be a self. But if the self were not permanent, the relation between the action and its effect, i.e., the doer of the action coming to experience the results of the actions committed, would not be maintained. The doer would perish as soon as the action was committed and would not exist at the time of experiencing the effects of his actions. Therefore, whose action would that be to experience? The basis for the causal action, the aggregates of this life, and the basis for the ripening effect, the aggregates of the future life, are distinct states of being. And since in both these states it is established both for you, because you accept a permanent self, and for us, because we accept identitylessness, that the self neither commits the action nor experiences the effect, is it not meaningless to argue on this point? But what about actions whose fruits will be experienced in this life? In the same moment, it is impossible to see the aggregates of someone committing a causal action being subject to the experience of its result, just as a father and his son cannot be born at the same time. But it says in one scripture, how will someone else experience the results of the actions one commits? O monks, the actions you commit and accumulate will not ripen on such things as the external earth element, but upon your future aggregates grasped by consciousness. Does not your assertion contradict this statement that the doer of the action must experience its results himself, while actually considering the same continuity of the individual? The Buddha taught that the doer of the action is the experiencer of the result in order to prevent people denying the law of karmic cause and effect. Actually, this is not so, because a permanent self is non-existent. Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 73. But why is there no permanent self? Neither the mind of the past nor the mind of the future are the self, because they are non-existent. One has ceased, and the other has not yet been produced. But isn't the mind of the present moment, which has been produced, but has not yet ceased, the self? If this were the case, then in the next moment, when it had perished, it would no longer be the self. For example, when the trunk of a plantain tree is split into parts, there is no essence found at all. Likewise, when analytically searched for, with reasoning, a truly existent self cannot be found among the aggregates. If there were no sentient beings towards whom could compassion be developed, although sentient beings do not truly exist, deceptively one should develop compassion for those imputed as sentient beings by the confused mind which has promised to practice the bodhisattva way of life in order to lead them to the goal of liberation. But if sentient beings do not exist, who will obtain the results of developing compassion? Although ultimately it is true that there are no truly existent sentient beings, compassion, or results, deceptively, from the point of view of a mind confused about phenomena, we accept the existence of merely apparent compassion developed towards merely apparent sentient beings. If compassion is both a subjective state, to which things appear in a false way, and a mind confused about phenomena, surely it is equally fit to be rejected as confusion about the self. In order to completely pacify suffering, one need not and cannot reject compassion. Therefore, one should not reject this merely apparent confusion about the results. But the confusion about the self should be rejected, because it increases such things as self-importance, which are causes for suffering. But there are no means to reject this confusion. There are. The supreme remedy for this confusion is meditation upon identitylessness. The body is neither feet nor calves. Thighs and the waist are not the body. The abdomen and back are not the body. And neither are the chest and shoulders the body. The ribs and the hands are not the body. Armpits and the nape of the neck are not the body. All inner organs are not the body. Neither the head or the neck are the body. Therefore, what truly existent body is there among these parts? If the body abided in all its limbs equally, in all directions, indeed, I could say that all the parts of the body abide in the parts of its limbs. But where could the partless, truly existent body itself abide? It would have to exist independent of its parts and unrelated to them. And if the entire truly existent body abided separately in each of the individual parts, such as the hands, then there would have to be as many bodies as there were parts. If there is no truly existent body, outside or within, how could the hands and so forth have such a body at all? And since it is not something different from the hands and other parts, how could a separate body, unrelated to its parts, exist? Therefore, the body is not truly existent, but through being confused about it, its hands and other parts, a mind that mistakes them for a truly existent body arises. The body does not truly exist in the way it is apprehended by that mind. It is like the mind apprehending a pile of stones as a man, because of their being set up in a form similar to a man's. In the same way that a pile of stones will appear to be a man, for as long as the causal conditions to mistake them for a man are assembled, so will the hands and so forth appear as a truly existent body for as long as the causal conditions to mistake them for a body are present. Just as the body as a whole is not truly existent, how can the hands be truly existent? They are a composite of fingers. They are a composite of fingers. The fingers too are not truly existent because they are a collection of joints. And the joints, being divided into their parts, are also found to be not truly existent. Likewise, when these parts are divided into atomic particles, and the atomic particles into their directional parts, they are revealed to be multiples, and thus cannot be truly existent units. Even when the directional parts are divided up, they are found to be devoid of truly existent parts. Hence, they are found to be as empty as space. And so, even atomic particles can have no true existence. Thus, although the body appears to be truly existent, in fact, it is not. Therefore, who, having analyzed it, would be attached to this dreamlike form? And when in this way the body is not truly existent, how can the distinction be made into truly existent male and female bodies? If feelings of pain truly existed, then since they would never end, why would they not affect feelings of great joy and happiness, making it impossible for them to ever arise? Or, if happiness had true existence, why do those suffering greatly from grief and sickness not find joy in delicious foods and the like? They should, if happiness had true, independent existence, but clearly they do not. But surely pain really exists. But when a strong feeling of pleasure occurs, the pain is not experienced because it is overridden by the pleasure, but simply because it lacks the defining characteristic of a feeling, namely experience. How can something which is not of the nature of an experience be a feeling? It is a feeling because there is an experience of a very subtle pain. Surely, only the gross aspect of suffering is dispelled by the strong pleasure. And the nature of this subtle pain is a slight, weak feeling of happiness, distinct from the gross sensation of pleasure. But this subtle experience cannot possibly be a form of pain, because you now say it is a form of happiness. No experience can be simultaneously pleasurable and painful. If pain is not occurring in someone's mind because its opposite is occurring, then to consider what has not occurred to be a feeling is surely what could only be called a mistaken conception. Therefore, as a remedy for such mistaken conceptions, one should cultivate the wisdom which analyzes the non-true existence of all phenomena. The state of absorption that arises from the field of what is examined by this mind is the nourishment that sustains the yogi's understanding of the way things exist. But is it not true that atomic particles are partless? If there were space between the sense faculties, such as the eyes, and the objects, visual forms, how could the two ever meet? But if there were no space between them, then since they would become one unit, what could meet with what? Furthermore, the partless atomic particles of the sense faculty and the partless atomic particles of the object cannot meet on all sides because they cannot enter into one another. They cannot merge into one another. This is so because atomic particles have no space inside and are completely equal in size. Were they to meet, they would have to do so in this way because without one partless atomic particle entering into another, there could be no mixing of the two, and without this mixing, there could not possibly be any meeting on all sides. But how would it be logical for those who accept the existence of a partless atomic particle to say that it is met on one particular side by another partless atom? If that were the case, the partless atomic particle would have one part which is met with and another part which is not met at all. Hence, it would no longer be partless. But if you ever see an atomic particle that has no parts but can still be met with, please, would you show it to us? It also follows that it is illogical to meet consciousness because it is not physical. Something physical cannot possibly meet something non-physical. But although there is no physical meeting, there does exist a mere aggregation of the sense faculty, the object, and consciousness to produce the effect of a cognition. This is invalid because, just as we analyzed before, an aggregation is not found to be a truly existent thing. If in this way, contact, the cause for feeling, is not truly existent, from what do truly existent feelings, the effect, arise? What is the purpose of tiring oneself out for the sake of obtaining pleasurable feelings? And whose mind could be caused any harm by what painful feelings? Both the pleasure which is obtained and the pain which harms have no true existence. Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 98. When there is no truly existent identity of the person that feels, and no truly existent feelings either, having seen this situation, why do I not turn away the craving to obtain pleasure and to be separated from pain? Since the sense objects that I see and touch appear to me but have no true existence, their nature is like a dream and an illusion. Feelings are not seen or experienced by the mind, which arises simultaneously with them, because, since they are produced simultaneously with it, they would be causally unrelated to it. Likewise, previous feelings and later feelings can be remembered and wished for, but they cannot actually be experienced by the mind, because they have either ceased or are yet to be produced. Because there would be no experiencer and no experienced, they cannot experience themselves. And if one's mind of the past, present, and future cannot experience them, nothing else can experience them either. Therefore, no truly existent experiencer of feelings exists, and thus no truly existent feelings exist either. So how can this identityless collection of aggregates be benefited by pleasurable feelings and harmed by painful ones? It cannot, because beneficial and harmful feelings do not truly exist. A truly existent mental consciousness does not abide in the sense faculties, such as the eyes. It does not abide in between the two. Neither does a truly existent mind exist, either inside or outside the body, and it is not to be found elsewhere. This mind is neither the body nor truly other than it. It is not mixed with it, nor entirely separate from it. The mind is not, in the slightest bit, truly existing. Therefore, all sentient beings have from the very beginning been in the natural nirvana, i.e., their minds have always been devoid of true existence. But although the mental consciousness may exist in that way, don't the 5 sense consciousnesses truly apprehend their 5 objects? Let us first consider whether they exist prior to, simultaneously with, or after their objects. If we said that the 5 sense consciousnesses existed before the 5 objects of which they are conscious, then, having referred to what objects could those consciousnesses arise? At that time, there could be no objects because they would still have to be produced. And even if consciousness and what it is conscious of arose simultaneously, still having referred to what object would the consciousness arise. When the consciousness is yet to be produced, so is its object. And once it has been produced, there would be no need for it to be produced by an object. And if the consciousness came into existence after the object of which it is conscious, then from what object could it arise? The object would have ceased by the time the consciousness arose, and so the consciousness would have no object. If in this way all phenomena do not arise, since there would be no deceptive truths which arise and perish, how could two truths be presented in the Madhyamaka tradition? Furthermore, if all phenomena existed in this way, and deceptive truths were posited merely through being imputed as arising and perishing entities by beings who have a deceived mind, how could sentient beings pass from sorrow into nirvana? They could not, because even though some beings have entered the unchanging state of nirvana, it could become a changing, deceptive truth through others simply imputing it to be an arising and perishing entity. In reality, it is unchanging, but through not understanding this, it can be misconceived of as arising and perishing. That false conception cannot cause nirvana to no longer exist. This deception is a distorted conception in the mind of someone who has not passed into the state beyond sorrow. It is not the deceptive mind of one who has passed beyond sorrow. Later, when the state of nirvana is attained, if that deceptive conception were ascertained to exist, nirvana would exist as a changing, deceptive truth. But since this deceptive conception does not exist in the mind of one who has attained nirvana, nirvana does not exist as a changing, deceptive truth. But since the examining mind and the examined object are mutually dependent, if the object is not established, the mind too would be non-existent. Therefore, your analysis of non-true existence would be invalid. But because the object does not truly exist, the mind does not truly exist. But this does not mean that the analysis is invalid, because all analytic minds are spoken of as conventional consciousnesses and are said to be dependent upon reasoning which is accepted in the world. If it were necessary to analyze the analytic mind with another truly existent analytic mind, then that analytic mind too would have to be analyzed by yet another analytic mind. Therefore, since this process would never reach an end, the basic object of analysis would never be ascertained. When the object of analysis has been analyzed and established to be empty, the analytic mind is found not to have a truly existent object as its basis. Because it is understood that there is no truly existent object, even without analysis, it is understood that a truly existent analytic mind cannot arise from it. This state of peace, in which no truly existent objects nor consciousnesses arise, is called nirvana, the state beyond sorrow. According to the realists, both the object and the consciousness of it have true existence, but they are in a very difficult position because there is no proof for their assertion and it can be refuted. But the true existence of the object is established from the truly existent sense faculties of consciousness. But what can be established as truly existent independence upon a truly existent consciousness? On the other hand, we can also say that consciousness is established as truly existent from the objects it is conscious of. But what can depend upon a truly existent object of consciousness if they mutually truly existed through the force of one another? Then one is not established as truly existent, and the other will also not be so established. They would both be non-truly existent. For example, if someone has no son, he cannot be established as a father. If there is no one established as the father, where can the child come from? Without a child, there is no father, and without a father, no child. In both cases, there can be neither. Likewise, the object and the consciousness cannot exist independently of one another. But through dependence, we can establish things as truly existent. For example, since a sprout is produced from a seed, we can understand the true existence of the seed from the sprout, even though the sprout depends on it. Likewise, why can we not understand that there is a truly existent object of consciousness from the consciousness which is produced from it? Likewise, why can we not understand that there is a truly existent object of consciousness from the consciousness which is produced from it? The existence of the seed can be understood by seeing the sprout that resulted from it, with a consciousness that is other than that of the sprout. But what mind can understand a truly existent consciousness that understands and has arisen from a truly existent object of consciousness? It is impossible to cognize a truly existent consciousness because such a thing does not exist. Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 116. A Charvaka scripture states, all things, such as the rising of the sun, the flowing of water downhill, the roundness of peas, the sharpness of thorns, and the tail feathers of the peacock, were not made by anyone. They arise from their own nature. This assertion is unacceptable because sometimes the production of an effect from the collection of all its causes can be seen even by the true perceptions of worldly people. It is understood through inference that the variety of effects, such as the different stems of lotus flowers, is produced because of their having a variety of causes. But by what has this variety of causes been made? By a variety of previous causes. But for what reason is a distinct cause able to produce a distinct effect? This comes from the force of its previous cause. Surely the cause of everything is the God Ishvara. He has 5 qualities: divinity, purity, permanence, oneness, and being the creator of everything. If you accept Ishvara to be the cause of all beings, one moment please, who is Ishvara? He is the great elements of earth, water, fire, air, and space. Indeed, these elements are the cause of whatever is formed from them, but why tire yourselves out over the mere name Ishvara? This is not worth arguing about. You contradict your own definition of Ishvara, because since earth and the other great elements are multiple, impermanent, and without conscious movement, not divine, and something trodden upon and unclean, they cannot be Ishvara. Space too is not Ishvara, because it is unmoving, and the self is not him either, because it has already been refuted above. If we cannot conceive of the Creator, Ishvara, what is the point of trying to describe this inconceivable entity? What effects is Ishvara asserted to produce? He creates the self and the atomic particles of the earth element and so forth, as well as the later continuity of himself. But don't you accept the nature of these things to be permanent? If you do, it is contradictory to say they are produced. Consciousness is not produced by Ishvara. Its particular states arise from the various objects of consciousness. Its mere cognitive nature arises from a beginningless series of previous cognitions. Pleasure and pain, too, are produced from wholesome and unwholesome actions, respectively. Therefore, please tell me what effects are produced by Ishvara. If the cause, Ishvara, the permanent producer of effects, has no beginning, how can the effects of pleasure and so forth have a beginning? Similarly, since Ishvara also has no end, why would pleasure and pain not always exist? According to you, they should exist in this way, but in reality, they are clearly occasional phenomena. It is not necessary that Ishvara always produces effects, because although he is permanent, he depends upon other occasional conditions to produce them. But Ishvara cannot depend upon anything else, because there are no phenomena other than those that have been created by him. Therefore, upon what does his production of effects depend? If you depended upon a group of other conditions, it would follow that those conditions themselves would become the cause instead of Ishvara. Once the causes and conditions were assembled, Ishvara would have no power not to produce the effects. And without these other causes and conditions, he would have no power to produce effects. If effects were produced without the desire of Ishvara, it would follow that they were under the power of something other than him. Even if effects were created according to his desires, their production would be dependent upon his desires. And if his creation were dependent, what would become of your permanent, independent Ishvara? In addition, the Vaishishikas assert that both the animate and inanimate worlds are produced by permanent atomic particles. This assertion cannot be accepted because we have already refuted it above. The Samkhayas believe that all knowable entities can be classified under the conscious self, and the material primal substance, together with its manifestations. Among these two, the self is neither a cause nor an effect, but the permanent, partless material, invisible and all-creating, primal substance is asserted to be the cause of the world. They speak of a balanced state of the three qualities, triguna, of equanimity, pleasure, and pain, called in their system purity, sattva, activity, raja, and darkness, tama, as being the primal substance. And they speak of imbalanced states of these three qualities, i.e., all states that manifest from the initial imbalance of the primal substance as being the world. This primal substance you accept cannot be existent because it is impossible for something that is truly partless to truly exist with a threefold nature. Likewise, the qualities cannot truly exist as three because each of them has three aspects. If the three qualities, the cause, do not truly exist, the existence of the phenomena, such as sound, that are manifested from them as effects, becomes extremely far-fetched. It is not possible for clothing and the like, i.e. tactile sensations, visual forms, sounds, etc., to have the same nature of pleasure, and so forth, because they have no conscious quality. They are manifestations of the primal substance, which is matter. But things such as clothing have the nature of pleasure, and so forth, because they truly are of the nature of their cause, namely the qualities of pleasure, pain, and equanimity, from which they become manifest. But things such as clothing are similar to the body in being composed of parts, And have we not already refuted the true existence of the body with our analysis? In your tradition, the cause for clothing and so forth is asserted to be the three qualities of pleasure and so forth. But how can this be? Woolen cloth does not arise from pleasure. On the contrary, even conventionally, it is seen that pleasure arises from woolen cloth. And upon analysis, the woolen cloth, the cause, is found to have no true existence, and therefore pleasure, its effect, can also have no true existence. Pleasure and the other feelings can never be validly apprehended as permanent because they are occasional phenomena. If pleasure were always manifestly present, then why is it not also experienced at times when pain is produced? When pain is produced, pleasure is not experienced because it becomes very subtle. But how can something permanent be sometimes gross and sometimes subtle? Since it becomes subtle upon ceasing to be gross, this alternately gross and subtle feeling must be impermanent. For similar reasons, why do you not accept that all manifest things are impermanent? But although the various gross and subtle states of pleasure are impermanent, the nature of pleasure itself is permanent. Since the gross and subtle forms of pleasure are nothing other than pleasure, and since they are impermanent, pleasure clearly must be impermanent. You accept that something cannot be produced from nothing because it does not exist, just as oil can never come from sand. Thus, while you do not accept the production of manifest entities that are previously non-existent, you do claim that manifest entities must abide at the time of their cause, because although at the previous time they are in an unmanifest state, later, at the time of the effect, they arise in a manifest form. But if the effect abided in the cause, to eat food would be to eat excrement, and you should purchase and wear cotton seeds with the money you pay for clothing. But although things do exist in this way, the confused people of the world do not wear cotton seeds because they cannot see clothing in them. But even Kapila, the founder of your tradition, whom you accept as a knower of truth, wore clothing and not cotton seeds. Thus, this confusion must have been true for him as well. Chapter 9, Wisdom, verse 137. Because in your tradition, a knower of truth, the effect, would exist in a worldly person, the cause, why do worldly people not see clothing in cotton seeds? Indeed, a knower of truth does exist in its cause, a worldly person, but at the time of being a cause, all the states of mind of worldly people are invalid. Therefore, they do not understand that clothing exists in cotton seeds. In that case, even the effects, such as food, clothing, knowers of truth, and so forth, that they clearly see would be untrue, because they too would be objects of deceived minds. If, according to you, even valid cognitions are not valid, but deceived, wouldn't the emptiness they understand also be false? Therefore, meditation upon the ultimate truth of emptiness is surely incorrect. Without contacting, that is, apprehending, the true existence which the mind has imputed, one will not apprehend its non-true existence, that is, its emptiness. In the same way, without having thought of the son of a barren woman, one cannot consider his death. Because non-true existence is dependent upon true existence, the non-true existence, that is a negation of the false existence also, is clearly false. It has no true, independent existence. Nevertheless, it is quite valid to meditate on emptiness, because it is the remedy that eliminates the apprehension of true existence. For example, when his child dies in a dream, the dreamer's thought of the child's non-existence causes the thought of the child's existence to cease. But although the thought of his non-existence is false, it still has the ability to abandon the thought of his existence. Therefore, when such an analysis is made with these reasonings, no impermanent thing is found to exist with no cause, and no individual cause or condition of any assembly of conditions is found to have existed from the very beginning. Since truly existent phenomena do not come anew from somewhere or something else, in the beginning they are not produced. In the middle, they do not remain, and in the end, they do not go elsewhere upon cessation. How, then, are all these things, which under analysis are not established, although they are apprehended as true by confused minds, not different from illusions? They appear to be truly existent, but in fact, they are not. Whatever horses and elephants have been made manifest through a magician's illusion, and whatever visual forms and so forth have been made manifest by causes and conditions, they should be examined as to where they first came from, where they abide in the meantime, and where they go in the end. Upon examination, they will be found to be similar in not truly coming and going. An effect will only be seen because of its being closely connected with a cause. But without that cause, it will not be seen. It is a product of causes and conditions. It is similar to a reflection in a mirror. How can it have true, independent existence? What would be the need of a cause for a thing that truly existed? If it truly existed, it would already exist. And what would be the need of a cause for it if it didn't exist at all? If it didn't exist, it would not be the effect of anything. But although a cause cannot make a non-existent thing arise into a non-thing, it can change into a thing. This is illogical. Even by means of 100 million causes, a non-thing cannot be transformed into anything else because it is permanent. If it were able to change, it would have to do so either while retaining its non-thingness or through discarding it. In the former instance, how could it become a thing as long as its condition remained unseparated from being a non-thing? And in the second instance, what is there that could first separate itself from the state of a non-thing and then proceed to become a thing? This would be impossible. Furthermore, if the condition of a non-thing is not discarded, it will be impossible for a thing to exist at the same time. In which case, when could a thing ever come to exist? Also, in the case of a non-thing becoming a thing, upon having first discarded the condition of being a non-thing, without actually becoming a thing, a non-thing cannot be separated from the state of a non-thing. And if it is not become separate from this state, it is impossible for the state of an existent thing to arise. Similarly, a truly existent thing does not become a non-thing upon cessation, because it would absurdly follow that something with one nature would become twofold, that is, both a thing and a non-thing. In this way, there is no cessation or production of truly existent things. Therefore, all beings never have a truly existent birth, nor a truly existent cessation. They are pacified of true existence from the very beginning, and by nature in the state beyond sorrow, that is, in a state devoid of true existence. Although sentient beings appear, they are not truly existent, just like a dream. And since they are found to have no essence upon analysis, they are also like a plantain tree. Therefore, in their being empty of true existence, there is no difference between the state beyond sorrow, nirvana, and the state not beyond sorrow, cyclic existence. What is there to gain and what is there to lose with things that are empty of true existence in this way? Who is there to pay me respect, and who is there to abuse me? From what are pleasure and pain derived? What is there to be happy or unhappy about? When I search for the ultimate nature, who is there to crave, and what is there to crave for? Upon analysis, this world of living beings is found to have no true existence. Therefore, who can die here? What is there to come, and what has been? Who are friends, and who are relatives? O you who are investigating reality, please recognize, as I have done, that all is just like space. Those who wish to be happy are greatly disturbed by causes of conflict and overjoyed by the causes for pleasure. But, not finding happiness, they suffer. In order to find it, they exert themselves. They argue with others, cut and stab one another. With many evil deeds, they live in a state of great hardship. Even though they repeatedly come to happy existences and experience much pleasure there, upon dying they fall for a long time into the unbearable sufferings of lower realms. Within conditioned existence, the chasms of suffering are many, and the liberating comprehension of ultimate truth is absent. Furthermore, the apprehension of true existence and the understanding of emptiness mutually contradict one another. But if, while in conditioned existence, I do not realize this ultimate truth, I shall continue to experience a limitless ocean of misery, unbearable and beyond analogy. Likewise, through not having realized emptiness, I have little strength for virtue, and my human life of leisure and endowment is indeed very short. Also, I strive hard to live long and avoid illness. I am concerned with hunger, rest, and sleep. I am injured by others and keep meaningless company with the childish. Therefore, this life swiftly passes with no meaning, and it is very hard to find the chance to investigate reality. In this state, where is there the means to reverse this beginningless habit of grasping at true existence? Furthermore, devils are exerting themselves to cast us into vast, unfortunate realms. They show us many mistaken paths, and it is hard to resolve doubts about the perfect way. It will be hard to find the leisure of a human life again, and extremely difficult to find the presence of Buddhas. It is hard to forsake this flood of disturbing conceptions. Alas, sentient beings will continue to suffer. Oh, indeed it is worth feeling sorrow for those adrift in the river of pain, who, although they experience great misery, are unaware of the sufferings they go through. For example, some ascetics wash themselves again and again, and others repeatedly enter fires. But although they thereby suffer greatly, they pride themselves in being content. Similarly, those who mistake their suffering for joy and live as though there were no aging or death are first of all killed by the Lord of Death, and then experience the unbearable misery of falling into lower realms. When shall I be able to extinguish the pains of those tormented by the fires of suffering with the rain of my accumulated happiness that has sprung from the clouds of my merits? And by having, in the manner of not referring to true existence, respectfully gathered the accumulation of merit, when, by referring to others, will I be able to reveal emptiness to those who are wretched and sad? Chapter 10, Dedication. Through the virtue of having composed this work, a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in cyclic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May all embodied creatures who throughout the universe experience hellish realms come to enjoy the bliss of Sukhavati. May those feeble with cold find warmth, and may those oppressed with heat be cooled by the boundless waters that pour forth from the great clouds of the Bodhisattva's merits. May the forest of razor-sharp leaves become a beautiful pleasure grove, and may the trees of knives and swords grow into wish-fulfilling trees. May the regions of hell become places of joy, with vast and fragrant lotus pools, beautified with the exquisite calls of wild ducks, geese, and swans. May the heaps of burning coals change into heaps of jewels. May the burning ground become a polished crystal floor. And may the mountains of the crushing hells become celestial palaces of worship filled with sugatas. May the rains of lava, blazing stones, and weapons from now on become a rain of flowers, and may all battling with weapons from now on be a playful exchange of flowers. By the force of my virtues, may those caught in the fiery torrents of acid, their flesh eaten away, revealing their lily-white bones, obtain the bodies of celestials, and dwell with goddesses in gently flowing rivers. Why are the henchmen of Yama, the unbearable buzzards and vultures, afraid? Through whose noble strength is joy brought upon us and darkness dispelled. Looking up, they behold in the firmament the radiant form of Vajrapani. Through the force of their joy, may they be free from evil and find his company. When they see the lava fires of hell extinguished by a rain of falling flowers mixed with scented water, immediately satisfied, they wonder whose work this was. In this way, may those in hell behold Padmapani. Friends, don't be afraid, but quickly gather here. What need is there to flee when above us is the youthful Manjughosha to dispel our fears? The tender Bodhisattva who protects all living things, through whose might all suffering is removed and the force of joy abounds. Behold him in an enchanting palace, resounding with hymns sung by 1,000 goddesses, with the tiaras of 100 gods being offered to his lotus feet, and a rain of many flowers falling on his head, the eyes of which are moist with kindness. Upon seeing Manjughosha in this way, may those in hell cry out loud with joy. Likewise, having seen, due to the roots of my wholesome deeds, the cool and sweet-smelling rain falling from joyful clouds, created by the Bodhisattvas Samantrabhadra and Sarnirvarana Vishkambi, may all beings in hell be truly happy. May all animals be free from the fear of being eaten by one another, and may the hungry ghosts be as happy as the men of the northern continent. May they be satisfied by a stream of milk pouring from the hand of the noble Lord Avalokitesvara, and by bathing in it, may they always be cooled. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May all travelers find happiness everywhere they go, and without any effort may they accomplish whatever they set out to do. May those who sail in ships and boats obtain whatever they wish for, and having safely returned to the shore, may they joyfully reunite with their relatives. May the troubled wanderers who have lost their way meet with fellow travelers, and without any fear of thieves and tigers, may their going be easy and without any fatigue. May those who find themselves in trackless, fearful wildernesses, the children, the aged, the unprotected, those stupefied, and the insane, be guarded by beneficent celestials. May beings be free from all states of no leisure, and be endowed with faith, wisdom, and kindness. With food obtained in a proper manner and excellent conduct, may they be mindful throughout their lives. May all beings be without want for wealth, and just like the treasury of space, and without it being a source of dispute or harm, may they always enjoy it as they wish. May those who have little splendor come to be endowed with majesty, and may those whose bodies are worn with toil find magnificent and noble forms. May all lower life forms in the universe take rebirth in higher forms. May the lowly obtain grandeur, and may the proud be humbled. By the merits I have accumulated, may every single being abandon all forms of evil and perpetually engage in virtue. May they never be parted from the awakening mind, and may they always engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May they be cared for by the Buddhas and relinquish the actions of devils. May sentient beings have lives inconceivably long when in fortunate realms. May they always live at contentment, unfamiliar with even the word death. May there abound in all directions gardens of wish-fulfilling trees, filled with the sweet sound of Dharma, proclaimed by the Buddhas and their sons. And may the land everywhere be pure, smooth and devoid of any rocks, level like the palm of the hand, and of the nature of lapis lazuli. For all the circles of disciples, may many bodhisattvas dwell in every land, adorning them with their excellent manifestations. May all embodied creatures uninterruptedly hear the sound of Dharma issuing from birds and trees, beams of light, and even space itself. May they always meet with Buddhas and their sons, the Bodhisattvas. Then may these spiritual masters of the world be worshipped with endless clouds of offerings. May the celestials bring timely rains, so that harvests may be bountiful. May kings act in accordance with Dharma, and the people of the world always prosper. May all medicines be effective, and the repeating of mantras successful. May dakinis, cannibals, and the like be endowed with compassionate minds. May no living creature ever suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May monks desiring to practice find quiet and solitary places, and through having abandoned all wandering thoughts, may they meditate with flexible minds. May nuns be materially sufficient, abandon quarreling with each other, and be unharmed. Similarly, may all ordained ones never let their morality weaken. Having repented any moral falls, may evil always be eradicated, and thereby obtaining a happy state of birth, may spiritual conduct not decline even there. May the wise be honored, and may they receive alms. May their minds be completely pure, and may they be renowned in all directions. May beings not experience the misery of lower realms. May they never know any hardships with a physical form superior to the gods. May they swiftly attain Buddhahood. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they have intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. Similarly, may the Pratyeka Buddhas and the Sharvakas find happiness. And until I reach the level of the Joyous One, through the kindness of Manjughosha, may I be mindful throughout my lives and always obtain ordination. May I live and be sustained by simple, common foods, and in all my lives may I find the ideal solitude for practicing Dharma. Whenever I wish to see something, or even wish to ask the slightest question, may I behold without any hindrance the Lord Manjughosha himself. In order to fulfill the needs of beings who reach unto the ends of space, may my way of life be just like that of Manjughosha. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then, may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. May all the pains of living creatures ripen solely upon myself, and through the might of the Bodhisattva Sangha, may all beings experience happiness. May the teachings which are the sole medicine for suffering and the origin of every joy be materially supported and honored, and abide for a very long time. I prostrate to Manjughosha, through whose kindness wholesome minds ensue, and I prostrate to my spiritual masters, through whose kindness I develop.